Can I hand over to Scott, who's just going to run through the pre-meeting? At that point, can someone turn their phone off, please?
Thank you, Chair. I was just about to remind about devices. If people could again just put them to silent so they don't disturb the meeting. That's also the same for anybody who's joining online. Again, just to make sure their microphones are switched off. Again, just to remind everyone, as usual, I think we do have some of our aldermen and alderwomen present at the meeting today. And again, just to welcome members of the public to the council's meeting. A reminder that, again, in line with legal requirements, this meeting's been held face-to-face, but people can again join online and participate at the meeting. For the benefit of members of the public, just to explain that it is only the councillors present in the room that are taking any decisions at today's meeting. Any officers present are here to provide advice and support to the councillors. The agenda and papers have already been published on the council's website, and that was on the 18th of September. Again, a reminder that clearly the meeting will be being broadcast, and some of you should be able to see that on the screen behind me. There are no planned fire drills today, and should the fire alarms go off at any point, again, if I ask for everyone to follow the fire exit signs, and if you make your way to the front of the building, and if you can congregate as far away in terms of the car park, please. Just a reminder in terms of meeting etiquette and behaviour, again, if any members wish to speak, again, if you could raise your hand and either the Vice Chair or myself will note your name and we will advise the Chair in turn, who will then invite each member then to address the council. Then finally, just a reminder, it's principally for the benefit of those people who are online. Again, if when members are invited to speak, again, if you could just introduce who you are for the benefit of members of the public. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, if we move into the agenda, item 1, apologies for absence. Back to you, Scott.
Thank you, Chair. We have a number of apologies today. Apologies from Councillor John Bailey, Councillor Jason Baker, Councillor Adam Boyden, Councillor Hilary Bruce, Councillor Mike Caswell, Councillor Dawn Denton, Councillor Susanna Hart, Councillor Mike Hewitson, Councillor Jenny Kenton, Councillor Marcus Cravis, Councillor Graham Oakes, Councillor Rob Reid, and Councillor Mike Stanton.
David.
Could we also add Councillor Jill Slocum to that, who's unfortunately just been taken into emergency operation in hospital. So I think our thoughts are with her anyway.
Thank you.
Could I add Councillor Lance Duddridge to that as well?
At the back.
I didn't catch whether you mentioned Kathy Pearce then, but Ollie Redmond.
If not, we'll add it. Are there any further? Yes, Lucy.
Also, I don't know if I missed it. Councillor Sue Osborne isn't able to make it today, but she is online.
Okay, that's fine. No, he's covered that. Okay, I think that's all of the apologies noted. Moving on to item 2, which is to confirm the accuracy of the minutes of the full council meeting held on the 17th of July 2024. Is it? Yes, I've got a hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I asked a member's question at the last meeting. I was told I would get a written answer and the question and the answer would be included in the minutes of the meeting, but neither has happened.
We can follow that up and make sure that it happens. Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other amendments? If not, is it your wish that I sign them as a true record? Yes.
Just for clarity, will that question be published? Because we were told it would be. Thank you.
If it was going to be published, it will be published. So in other words, we'll follow up and make sure that it is. Okay. So is it your wish that I sign them as a true record with those amendments? Okay, that's fine. Right, moving on to item 3, which is declarations of interest. Stephen, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. No declarations of interest received other than the standard declarations of membership of city, town and parish councils as disclosed on the council's website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on now to public question time. We have 5 speakers today. You have 3 minutes each. We've got this, for those that are actually in the room, we've got the clock at the front, which will count down for you. Hopefully with the marvels of technology, for those that are speaking online, we're trying to display the clock as well online so you can see the countdown. Okay, the first speaker is Keith Elliott, who I believe is online, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to speak about Somerset Council, SDAS and SSDAP, an overly long tale of deficit, duplicity and dysfunction. Identify the worst restaurant chain in the country serving the most unpalatable and probably noxious food, then promise it greatly augmented funding with the only proviso that it increases portion size. No other change is required. As analogies go, that's disturbingly close to the government's current From Harm to Hope 10-year strategic plan for cutting the supply and demand for drugs in our communities and delivering a high-quality treatment and recovery system. In 2021, Dame Carol Black's government-commissioned inquiry into services in this domain concluded that since 2012, the government has entrusted all decision-making on drug treatment services to local authorities with virtually no accountability or recognised standards. Yet this exact same fatally flawed commissioning and delivery paradigm has received 3 years of highly significant funding uplift throughout the country, contingent almost exclusively upon increasing adult service user numbers by 20% and youth service numbers by 50%. Somerset's share of over 3 years has been £2.8 million, equating to a 20% budgetary supplement for that period. Dame Carol got it spot on. No accountability or recognised standards perfectly characterises the state of drug and alcohol services in Somerset, even prior to 2012, and dating back to when Turning Point first won the Somerset Commission from the NHS in 2008. It is also exactly what I've been reflecting to Somerset Council for over 10 years now, and which has been met with a stridently irresponsible response throughout, refusing to countenance any of the manifest failings repeatedly highlighted. Its instinct for evasion and gaslighting in these matters has been of post office proportions, but unfortunately many more individuals in Somerset will have lost their lives and had their futures stunted as a result of this council's fatal indifference than ever resulted from the Horizon scandal. For that is the inevitable cost of the overwhelming clinical deficits evidenced year on year. The council has required me to remove at this point and others elsewhere in this tract references to council posts and generic post holders whom I believe to have been highly unobservant of their duties of care. And I have complied with its wishes in order to bring these matters to your attention. I hope that you will all read on and respond mindfully, given the duty of care accorded to each and every one of you by your important and influential public roles.
Thank you very much. In the absence of Graham, Val Keach is going to take the answer.
I am Chair, thank you. Thank you very much for attending our meeting today and sharing your views. You didn't specifically ask a question. However, on behalf of the council, I'd like to respond to a couple of the issues that you raised.
May I just ask at this point? So I basically wrote a...
Sorry, you've had your time and it's now up now to Councillor Keach to reply. So if you could just let her answer,
I can
please.
speak at the end, perhaps. Thank you.
You've had the 3 minutes allotted.
Well, I need to know whether a 10-page document...
Sorry, could you let Councillor Keach reply?
Thank you. Since the 1st of April 2013, local authorities have been responsible for commissioning specialist drug and alcohol treatment services, which are regulated services under a framework by the Care Quality Commission. I'll call it CQC in future. This produces a set of standards against which services are judged. The Somerset Drug and Alcohol Service, SDAS, was last inspected by the CQC in 2018 and was rated as good across all domains, with well led rated as outstanding. ESTAS has been run by Turning Point as ESTAS. The last contract award was in 2019. Quarterly contract review meetings have been held throughout the life of this contract. These meetings focus on all aspects of clinical governance, including monitoring service performance. The funding and partner contributions have significantly changed since 2008, when you describe a completely different set of service offers from those which are funded by central government today in 2024. Meeting the needs of the population within available finance remains an ongoing challenge in the face of emerging challenges such as synthetic opiates and rising demand amongst young people. I don't know whether that's me, but I can hear myself twice, which is never a good thing. I'll carry on. Somerset Council was awarded additional funding under 3 grants to support people with more high quality treatment services and to increase the proportion of people receiving detoxification services. These grants total more than 3.5 million over the 3-year period to March 2025. Funding beyond that time is uncertain. Above the core public health grant, which nationally has in real terms received a 27% cut. Progress against achieving the objectives, i.e. high quality treatment, and numerical targets, numbers of people into treatment are reported annually back to the Department of Health and Social Care, but monitored by the Office for Health Improvement and Disparities regionally on a much more regular basis. Against the 20% increase in adults in treatment based on a rolling 12-month total in July 2024, there were 2,438 adults in treatment from a baseline of 2,195 in December 2021, and that is nationally defined. In terms of quality of treatment, Somerset continues to perform above the national average in relation to the rate of successful treatment completions without representation. 25.3% of people in Somerset successfully completed their treatment in Q4 of 23-24, compared to 19.7% nationally. Annual progress of the Somerset Strategic Drug and Alcohol Partnership, which delivers the local drug and alcohol strategy, has been transparently reported to the Somerset Adults and Health Scrutiny and Somerset Council Executive in both 2022-23 and 2023-24. This work is challenging and requires the work of all organisations to identify people who need support with their substance misuse and support the individual to identify the harm this use is doing to their own health and consent to engage in treatment. ESTAS is one part of this support, but requires the whole system to pull together to achieve the ambitious targets of the Harm to Hope strategy.
Thank you, Val. Moving on to the next speaker, which is Brian Clark on transport, and I believe you may have a petition with you. Is the microphone?
My name is Brian Clark. I've been diagnosed with motor neurone disease and depend on a wheelchair to get around Wells. I'm here to present to you a petition signed in Wells by more than 1,400 people, 1,400 being the number of blue badge holders in Wells. Many of the signatories are people who have serious accessibility issues, like me, and are now effectively co-complainants. The petition demands that you take immediate steps to end discrimination against disabled people by addressing the complaints and recommendations made in the Wells Pavements Accessibility Survey 2023. In December 2023, I co-authored and submitted to Duncan Sharkey, Mickey Green, David Carter, Tessa Munt, Adam Dance, and Richard Wilkins a printed copy of this survey. It describes in clear detail the poor and discriminatory pavement and road infrastructure in Wells that places me at disadvantage and considerable risk compared with able-bodied people. It identifies multiple examples that show how the current environment in Wells places Somerset Council in breach of its statutory duties in relation to the Highways Act 1980, the Road Traffic Act 1988, and the Equalities Act 2020. The report may look like an academic report, but is a formal complaint from a disabled, vulnerable person. Since December 2023, neither I nor my co-authors, Taya van Hensbergen and Bob Payne, have received any meaningful response from any representative of the council, meaningful written response, just one acknowledgement last month. It is not unreasonable of me to expect a response with your plans in the interval and for some of the very worst issues to have been remediated. I suggest to you that in relation to highways planning and delivery, you urgently need to address the total disconnect between your council's policy and the outcomes you deliver. To quote from your stated Somerset Equality Objectives 2024 to 26, quote, by 2025 and by working with partners from across the county, improve access to and information about public amenities and services for those residents who are otherwise excluded by disability. I see no evidence of your policy outcomes in Wells. Our question, does Somerset Council have any intention of remediating the serious discriminatory issues identified in the survey which blight people's experience of living in Wells? You may present the petition. Would you mind if we take a photograph? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clark, for bringing us these issues. I'd like to offer our apologies for the delay in providing you with a response to your report. I hope that you received the letter that we sent regarding this matter earlier this week. I appreciate that it's resulted in considerable frustration and concern on your behalf. Our team has been carefully reviewing the report and had hoped to map out a way forward by now and to have been in a position where we could share a meaningful update. For a number of reasons, we have not achieved this to date. However, I will ensure that progress is made going forward. And I reiterate that we do approach the enormous effort that went into drafting this report that you handed to me back in December, I think. And we value its contents. We are now setting up a task and finish group, which we are asking representatives from yourself, Somerset Council and Wells City Council to be part of. This group will identify possible works within the report, which can be prioritised within the coming year within our ongoing maintenance and other work programmes. We cannot do everything you have identified, but there should be measures which can be realised fairly quickly, working in partnership. Once again,
please accept my apologies for the delay to responding to you. And we look forward to working with you alongside the City Council. Thank you again.
And I thank you for coming along to present the petition. And like I say, if you'd like to return to your seats.
We may take our leave.
Yes,
Thank you.
please do. The next speaker is David Ridgewell, who I believe is online. So good afternoon, Mr. Ridgewell. You have 3 minutes. Okay, yes, fine. Well, what we'll do is we will supply him with a full written reply. All councillors have seen the question and the answer, so we will send the reply to him. Thank you. Moving on then to Nigel Bean, also hopefully online, which is our next speaker. Are you there?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Right. The first question is about the means test of the winter fuel payment, and I know it's all been in the news, and I don't want to sort of talk directly about the infamous black hole, but there's some points here about the Unite argument that the Labour government does not need to choose austerity. There's money from elsewhere, etc., etc. And you know, obviously, we broadly support the motion amended today, but also, I mean, with the review of the decision to mean test the winter fuel payment and asking the government to ensure that vulnerable pensioners, particularly those who do not claim pension credit, are protected from fuel poverty, does the motion, or more generally, envisage that the suggested proposals, which are mentioned above in the wording, and or some other redistributive fairer solution basically is possible? And I'll move swiftly on to the next one, which is about proposed changes to bus franchising guidance, which was published recently. And I won't go through all the questions, but about bus franchising from the local transport authority. But will Somerset Council incorporate service users' responses to the questions in the consultation to be submitted to the Department for Transport? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have two councillors to respond. The first is Sarah Wakefield and then Richard Wilkins on the transport. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question, Nigel. We are going to talk about this later on at the motion that you mentioned about the household, the winter fuel allowance, and during that time we will talk about the household support fund as well, which will go to ameliorate some of the issues for some people in Somerset, and I will give a more detailed answer at that time if that's possible.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nigel. Yeah, bus franchising was discussed at the last meeting of the bus user and stakeholder group, and the council will take that discussion into account when formulating our response to the DFT consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our last speaker, which is Amy Friend, who also is going to present a petition, but this time, as it's over 5,000 signatures, it triggers a debate, which we will have at the end. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My petition was submitted online. I'm Amy and I have been a resident of Eastling for just over a year. I started a petition to try and get the speed limit reduced on a section of the A361 due to my concerns of the safety to both drivers and pedestrians. This particular section of the road has a speed limit of 50 miles per hour, which is often ignored and vehicles travel in excess of this. It's a busy stretch of road with agricultural vehicles and lorries passing through constantly. My house is on one side of the road and a housing estate opposite comprising of about 15 homes. As drivers, we are dealing with near misses on a daily basis, pulling out or onto the junction or one of the many well-used driveways due to a campsite and cider farm being located here is at times extremely dangerous. Cars will often go to overtake as you start to slow down in readiness to turn, which is just an accident waiting to happen. My biggest concern, though, is for the safety of pedestrians. Children cross the road daily for the school bus, along with the users of the public bus. Residents have to walk in the road to get to the main part of the village to access either the church or the village hall. Not being able to use these services or attend events in the village leave people feeling isolated and not part of the community. So it's important they have the opportunity to get there. Less than 300 metres away, the 30-mile-per-hour zone starts as you enter the main part of the village. I feel that this needs to be extended to at least Stag's Farm, which is half a mile down the road. There are then bends in the road, causing people to naturally slow down. Myself and the 15,000 plus people who signed the petition feel something needs doing about this section of the A361 before anyone else tragically loses their life. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start this by going to Richard as the member to start, and then we'll go for the debate.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Amy, and thank you for putting together the petition, which is important. And I know it's a subject of a great deal of concern in the area. Following the tragic incident which recently happened on the A361 near East Ling, we are working with the police to understand the circumstances, but investigations are ongoing. The outcome of these, due to their extensive nature, can take some time, and any recommendations about engineering measures when the investigations are completed will be considered. Turning to the general issue of speed through the village, officers met with councillors, representatives of East Ling Parish Council and residents of Hillview Terrace in July 2023 to agree some changes to the speed limits and associated signs and road markings in the area. These works will be completed in this financial year and include installing taller pedestrian warning signs for housing and the speed indicator device, and improving the road markings, including refreshed white edge lining, additional 30-mile-an-hour roundels on the roads, and enhanced entry treatments. We will also be installing a 40-mile-per-hour buffer zone beyond Hillview Terrace. We have given the speed limit change a great deal of consideration using the guidelines set out by the Department of Transport, which we must conform to. I am providing a written response which covers the technical guidance in more detail, but the key issues is that a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit should only be applied in an environment where drivers would usually expect to encounter it, typically in more built-up areas. Extending the 30-mile-an-hour out of an environment where drivers are typically expecting to drive at higher speeds risks being ignored and being ineffective entirely. A 40-mile-an-hour buffer is usually more successful in bringing down the speeds to an approach to a 30-mile-an-hour limit. And thank you again for bringing us this petition.
Thank you. Before opening up to the full council, I'd like to give the opportunity to the two local members, starting with Alan Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been an issue probably, you can say, for 20 years, the traffic going through Ling, A361. Just bear in mind, there's also Durston and Borough Bridge on the same stretch of road. But I do feel it's a very sensitive issue, this, what have happened over the last year. And I do feel that the highways are starting to address the issues, and what Councillor Wilkins has said here today should be implemented in the financial year, etc. And that would going to make things a lot different. We have a parish council meeting tonight after this meeting, and no doubt a few more things will be raised tonight. But believe you me, we put a lot of time into this because it's not a very big place, East Ling, not too many people about, right? And Councillor Evans and myself, we've spent a lot of hours debating and having meetings to try and resolve this issue. But I'm sure these villages aren't on their own when it comes to things like this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bill.
Thank you, Chair. And just to clarify, first of all, that I am speaking as a local ward member and not as leader of council. Amy, congratulations on getting so many signatures on a petition on this small section of road. We're aware of numerous points along the A361 that cause issues, but I've long held the view that Hillview Terrace, which is only separated by the main settlement of East Lynn by one field on each side, forms part of the main settlement and therefore should in my view to have a 30-mile-an-hour limit. I fully recognise the work that officers have done, and they've come to a different conclusion. And while I respect that, clearly I have a different opinion. Alan, myself and the parish council have worked on this issue for a good number of years. We're pleased to see progress on this. There are other areas of the 361 that cause particular issues, especially when you've got either caravans going into the campsite or farm vehicles going into fields that are slowing down and then vehicles move out to overtake it. It's a particular problem here. It's a problem at Cutts Lane as well. I welcome what we've done so far, but I think there is more work that needs to be done as a dialogue with the local members and the parish council, and that extends to the members for North Curry and King Alfred Division as well, who are also impacted by this. So very much welcome this petition, thank you, and I do look forward to progress on this issue over the coming years.
David Fothergill.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I speak as the local member for Monkton and North Curry, which is an interesting division because it contains the two villages each side of East Lynn. So as you travel from Durston, my division, you come to East Lynn, which is Bill's division and Allen's, and then back into Boroughbridge. So I've got quite a lot of experience of this road, and we seem to have hit it piecemeal over the years. Certainly, I've argued the case in Durston, where we've managed to get the white lines removed. What we thought we had, but they repainted them. And then we got some flashing signs up. So we've worked very hard in Boroughbridge. We've done very similar. And I know across into Othery, I think there's a whole stretch from Othery right the way through to Walford Cross, which is a problem. This is a major road which is used by a tremendous amount of traffic. I have to say that I'm speaking from personal experience here, that my daughter's mother-in-law was killed on this stretch of road. So I know it very deeply, and there is a big problem here, and we can't keep doing this piecemeal. We have to look at the whole section, and I would ask the council to do some, even if it's independent work, looking at the speed limit from Othery through to Walford Cross, what can be done to help settlements like East Lynn that really need some help and support, as well as Durston, Boroughbridge, and of course Othery. But fully support anything that can be done and would encourage it to be done as soon as possible.
Edric.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Amy, for bringing this to our attention. My reason I wanted to get involved in this is I cycle that route to council meetings. I try to ride to all my meetings, as most of you know, apart from today. And I'm well aware of the speeding traffic issues on that road. I've had many close passes while cycling that road as recently as 3 or 4 weeks ago. I probably ride it 2 or 3 times a month, depending on the meetings I've got. I don't ride as far as Durston. I sure often come into Taunton on the cycle on the towpath and come through Monkton Heathfield. It's safer. I don't do the last 6 miles, and I certainly don't do the rest of Bill and Allen's patch down the A38. It's not safe. So anything we can do in this area to slow traffic and to highlight the use by pedestrians and lots of cyclists to use it. It's nice, easy cycling country. It's nice and flat. And I think, without wishing to hijack the debate, I think this raises an issue across the wider county area about speeding traffic in minor villages. It happens in my patch on Mendips as well. So I'll leave it there because I don't want to hijack the meeting. But I do think we need to look into many other places which we all represent across the county in terms of trying to lower speed limits, add signs and educate people. Thank you.
Matt Martin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Amy, for bringing this once more to our attention. You all know that I speak on this topic frequently. I've spoken with David, I've spoken with Alan, with Bill on the same topic, and maybe things are starting to move, and my colleague down the front there, of course. I don't really have anything to add to the question, as we all know the problem. I'm just thankful now that we are discussing it openly rather, and hopefully we'll come to a useful and constructive resolution, and I wholeheartedly support our movement on this. Thank you.
Are there any further members that wish to speak? Yes, Jagger.
Thanks, Chairman. I don't want to talk too much because I think really it's a member kind of thing which has been driven, and that's really good to hear. I think, as has been mentioned already, many of us could talk about roads within our own divisions, have issues that we could really be hammering on about, but we won't. My only question really, and it's probably a rhetorical question that perhaps could be answered later on, is Councillor Fothergill mentioned a number of measures taken over the years on the A361 and surrounding area. Councillor Evans, you mentioned also about going on over the years, particularly in regards to this, which is interesting to hear. But my question is, when we're looking to the future, kind of what lessons have we learned and how do we take that learning forward to ensure that this sort of thing doesn't happen again? I appreciate it's not something that can be answered now, but moving forward, it'd be good to have that conversation with the highways officials so we can learn from that as well.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at John. Yes, John Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I won't get too involved. And yes, we could all speak as councillors about issues within in our own divisions. It's sad to me that we have to have this happening to actually get the council into action. I understand the reasons why, but I think it's worth mentioning that there are sometimes very obvious areas where we need to improve the road, change the signage, reduce the speed limit, whatever it may be. And it would be nice to see, I appreciate our current financial position at the moment, but it would be nice to see more proactivity on this subject rather than reacting as we have done, and rightly so. And clearly, I, along with everyone here, I'm sure, supports this scheme going through. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Sully.
Thank you, Chair. I would welcome the response if it's written, if it can't be responded today. I echo about other roads in our divisions, but my question is about speed indicator devices and the policy at Somerset Council. I wondered, it seems that they are often temporary and moved around and they're driven by parish councils, which is right. But in cases where we're really concerned about near misses and accidents, is there a policy or is there a policy review where they can be implemented quicker? And sort of second part to that question is, it seems to me they're quite effective. Do we have evidence of that they are quite effective? So the flashing speed indicator devices, because I think in your response you were saying you would be putting a speed indicator device, and is that I assume that was permanent, but I just think that if the council, what is the policy? Can they be permanent in some areas in a quicker way? Because I've been waiting for one for quite a long time in my division. Thank you. But I'm welcome. You can welcome a response now or maybe written. Thanks.
Just before I go back to Richard, can I just take Mandy? I think it's the final, and then we'll. Richard.
Thank you very much. I know and fully understand our budgetary pressures before I even say what I'm going to say, but we did run a really effective small improvement scheme over a number of years, which allowed local councillors to raise some local issues and get small schemes delivered in their towns and parishes. So I know we've got constraints, but I think for all of us, we all know that our roads, etc., and how they run and operate, there's a lot of dissatisfaction around a lot of the county, and I think a lot of the schemes that we are talking about are not huge cost. So I just put it to you that perhaps that could be considered at some point again in the future.
Richard, would you like to conclude this debate?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to bring this back to the particular issues on the 361, and just again to thank you for bringing this petition and helping forward an issue that has been in the eyes of the council for a long time and has been a difficult nut to crack, and I suspect that it will be ongoing as we make improvements. I would like to say that the way in which we would design roads today is very different to how they've been designed in the past. But retrofitting roads is a very difficult thing to do, but we try our best. And where we find problems, we look for solutions. In regards to smaller schemes across the country, across the county, and speed indicator devices, I'm not entirely sure that there's different to do with the moving of there's different types of speed indicating devices. Some of them can, I believe, be permanently situated. If not, you could always follow the late councillor for Somerton, who just ignored advice anyway. Yeah, I'd also like to say, in regards to the small improvement scheme, it would be lovely if we could have a huge pot of money so we could reinstate that sort of thing. But I will direct you to the red tape cutting that my predecessor, Councillor Mike Rigby, did in making it far quicker for parishes to go about implementing 20-mile-an-hour zones in their villages, which a lot of villagers have looked to take up, and it's been a real success. And we should note the work that Councillor Rigby did to move that forward. But I think I'll just once again thank you for bringing us the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, again, thank you, Amy, for bringing this forward. Hopefully, from the discussion that's been had, you can see the ambitions of the way forward, and it only now goes forward to the future weeks to actually move things forward. Thank you. If we move on now to item 5, which is Chairman's announcements. Unfortunately, I have to start this section again, reporting a loss of one of our councillors from past councils. This time it's Ray Buckner. Ray actually passed away unexpectedly on the 2nd of August 2024. Ray was elected on the 3rd of March 2022 at a by-election to represent Naroche Ward at South Somerset District Council. Although Ray was only a district council for just over a year, he was a very knowledgeable person regarding IT, often helped fellow councillors with their IT, and also gave valuable information to IT officers at the council. He served on Area West Committee and Scrutiny Committee. He was also a parish councillor for Horton Parish Council, and for the last 4 years, he was the current chairman. I'd just ask you to join me in a moment's silence, please. That's a mark of respect. I know that Val Keach, as past leader of South Somerset, would like to say a few words. Val.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ray's passing is a great loss to the politics in Somerset, particularly to Horton Parish Council, where he served with distinction as chair. Ray was very involved in everything that went on in Horton. And if people were out digging up the roads or clearing up the footpaths, you could be certain that Ray Buckler would be there. Ray Buckler had been ill for quite a long time, and he fought his diagnosis and his illness in exactly the same way as he dealt with his life. He answered it full on. He, as a district councillor, albeit for a very short time, he made a profound impact at SSDC. I was always grateful for his knowledge, certainly his knowledge of IT, and he would ask lots and lots of questions, and he would never accept we don't know the answer and no as an answer. He worked for many years for Pittards, the late glove makers in Yeovil. He and his family then settled in Horton. He will be very much missed, and I was very sad that he did not get elected to the new Somerset Council, because he would have been an asset to this council. Ray was not overtly political, although he could be, but he really wanted to serve the people of his community. He was part of that community, and I would like our condolences sent to Christine and the family. I did speak to her the day before yesterday to say that we were going to pay tribute to him, and she was very, very grateful, and that the flags would be at half staff throughout the council area. But I will miss Ray. Ray was a great support to me as leader, and indeed as the divisional member that included Horton. So I will miss him. He always had a smile on his face. And however difficult his treatment was, Ray was always there. So great loss, and our condolences very much to Christine and the wider family. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Sue Osborne is online and would like to say a few words. Are you there, Sue? Moving on. Yeah. David, you'd like to say a few words? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. From my 2022 entry into local government, Ray quickly appeared on my radar as someone who was passionate about life, about his local community in and around Ilminster and Horton, and through tapping into his vast network of contacts in the business sector, the wider Southwest region and beyond. And he had an encyclopedic knowledge of how IT worked in great detail. And every time I went to him with an issue about communication, shall we say, Ray was always very keen to spend about 20 minutes explaining about how the communication process worked. So his knowledge of IT was encyclopedic. Ray was somebody who truly made a positive difference to my life and the lives of others that he knew. I thought I had a large network of business contacts, but Ray's network made me look like I lived under a stone all these years. In our 2.5 years together, I worked with Ray on sounding out economic development projects, and with his vast experience of the local planning system, Ray made time, even while very ill, to assist me with a couple of contentious planning cases. And all of this, coupled with Ray's wicked sense of humour and his innate ability to engage and put people at their ease, and our mutual interest in music, kept our conversations alive and active, not only as a colleague, but what I would say as a true friend. And Ray's legacy to me, and I'm sure anyone else who knew him, was to always give 100% to everything you choose to do. Rest in peace, Ray. My thoughts go to Christine and your family, and the world is a poorer place without Ray.
Thank you for those words. Okay, if we haven't got Sue back.
Yes, you have.
We have, right? You're there. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, had sort of some tech issues, and Fat Farmer fingers aren't particularly great at it. Yes, I got to know Ray, I think, when he became a district councillor, and he gained that position when he won the Naroche by-election. As a divisional member for Ilminster, which I do share with Val, so sorry, Val, I won, no problems. But Ray was very supportive. I found him a very kind person, and his commitment and dedication to Horton and the seriousness and dedication as chair of that parish council could not be beaten. He was very, very good to work with. And my last meeting with Ray was when we met for a coffee at Costa of all places, because Ray wanted to go through a couple of issues with me. It was just before he started that final treatment, which was going to render him radioactive, and therefore he had to be isolated because of the nature of the treatment. He was very positive, very upbeat, and it sounded as though this was going to give him extra time, extra quality of life. So I was shocked to learn of his death, but probably nowhere near as shocked as his immediate family. And my heart went out for Christine and his family in losing such a dedicated family man, such an IT expert, and also for Horton as a parish to lose such a great member of the community. I'm sure he's going to be missed by so many people. And it really is. Rest in peace, Ray. You won't be forgotten. And thank you for all that I learned from you. Thank you.
Peter.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I echo the sentiment of others. Ray was a great friend. I just wanted to highlight the length of time he had been serving the people and serving the County Council of Somerset and Somerset Council. I first met him in 2006 at the Somerset Economic Leaders Group, where he was already a well-established member, using that very network that Councillor Wern referred to. And throughout our work up until the point at which the SWERDA was disbanded, he was particularly influential with the local representatives at SWERDA, very often taking the thoughts of the group, and in particular the council, through his network to the South West Regional Development Agency. And I think the county has benefited from that enormously. Things like the work of the Inward Investment Agency and the work around Hinckley. These were all founded on influence that included Ray's influence. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Right, moving on. The list of the visits that myself and the Vice Chairman have done are on the agenda. So if anyone wishes to know anything, they quite happily speak to me and we can go over it. I had a very good afternoon until it rained yesterday at the opening of Bridgewater Fair, which included a carousel ride with Ros Wyke. There we go. Right. Yeah, I know. Thank you very much. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Right. Last time we said goodbye to one member of staff that was present. Hopefully now we have two members of staff that are in the room. The first one is Steve Taylor. Steve, are you here? There he is. Steve has served the council 40 years for Sedgemoor, Taunton Deane, and obviously Somerset. And I thank you very much for your service and wish you all the best for your future. And also, I hope she's still here, Angie Cox. Where are you, Angie? Oh, she's nipped out. She obviously knew what I was going to do. Angie, 38 years service, mainly to South Somerset District Council. When I was chair, she gave me a lot of support, was a great asset to that council. And I'd like to wish both of them the best for their futures and thank them again for their service over the years. So maybe we could show our appreciation. Thank you very much. Right, we move on now to agenda item 6, which is council restructuring update. And I pass over to Duncan. Duncan.
Thank you, Chair. Well, unfortunately, this item does rather link into the applause we were just giving to a number of colleagues. So there are a number of recommendations in the paper, and apologies, there's a bit of an omnibus, and you do have a lot of detail in there. I wasn't intending, Chair, to go through paper in a huge amount of detail, but just comment on the recommendations, if that's okay. So the first recommendation is that members should note the new structure for the council's senior leadership team, which is set out in Appendix A. Just to be clear, in the paper, it does flag that that is a reduction of 10 posts on the current structure, which is part of how we're starting to drive making savings, try and balance the budget for future years. That is the final structure in terms of any corporate restructuring at layers 2 and 3, i.e. the exec directors and the service directors. Obviously, there may well be further changes in that layer because of the comments and consultation we're going to run on the rest of the organisational structure over the next few months. But that's the proposal we put forward. That's what's been adopted and agreed by council and, finance has agreed by council and approved. So this is effectively, for members' information, that is the current adopted structure for the senior management of the council. The second and third recommendation, if I could, Chair, part of that structure, you will notice that we're moving the responsibility for the monitoring officer role because we're trying to reduce the costs. Therefore, we're having to actually put posts together and truncate the number of people we have at this level. So there is a recommendation which is about dismissal by reason of redundancy of the service director for legal, governance and democratic services, who is also the monitoring officer, which we're asking council to accept. The reason this is coming to council, it has been through special members panel and recommended, but the decision on deleting one of the 3 statutory posts being head of paid service and monitoring officer or section 151 officer is reserved to council. So despite it going through the same process, all the other posts, that the special members panel did not have the power to make that decision. They have to recommend it to council. It's up to council to make that decision. And obviously the recommendation in here does also delegate, assuming that council were to make that decision, authority to me to just agree the details with that person in terms of the timing and package and so on, in line with the decision council already made in July about the overall costs and the amount it would be. The third recommendation links very closely to the second. Obviously, councils must have people in each of those 3 statutory posts. So if we move on the post of monitoring officer to a different layer in the organisation, we will have that vacancy. Therefore, the suggestion is that we appoint Alan Jones as the interim monitoring officer while we work out appointing a permanent monitoring officer who will be legally qualified into that role as we go forward. I say will be legally qualified. Obviously, we have to consult on those proposals, but at this point in time, that's likely to be what we're consulting on. And then the fourth recommendation, Chair, is a process recommendation effectively. Under the legislation and regulation, council has to approve any redundancy package that costs over £100,000. There are 2 such packages which are detailed in Appendix B. One is a result of the voluntary redundancy scheme, which has just come through. The second one is a result of an ongoing restructuring tied up with local government reorganisation from last year, where we finished that and the figures are now calculated. Now we know who's been appointed to which post, and that also comes out at over £100,000. So I'll stop at that, Chair, and very happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Before we do that, I'd just like to move to the leader who is proposing the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Chair. To formally propose this, and just to remind council that when we declared a financial emergency, we said that there would be these difficult and heartbreaking decisions, and the posts that are being deleted are filled by some incredible people. And those, it's no reflection on them that we are in the position we are in and are going to have to, we go through this process of downsizing the organisation. I do wish the individuals well, but these measures are necessary in order for us to achieve a sustainable council. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to move to Liz, who is seconding them.
Thank you, Chair. I'll reserve my right to speak if I may, and wait for other members who may wish to speak.
If I can just come back to Duncan, who wishes to add.
Yeah, sorry, I should have turned my page over. I missed my last bullet point. Apologies, Chair. My last bullet point was just to thank all the members who've been involved. These items have been through special members panel and the appointments committee was set up. So members have been heavily involved in the appointments of posts that were contested within the new structure, which is laid out in Appendix A. And obviously the special members panel has had to look at anyone who may be at risk of redundancy and look at the structure overall. So just wanted to thank a number of members who've been involved in those processes, because also when things come through to council, we sometimes miss the fact that they've been through existing panels or committees already. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions? Anybody? Yes, Mandy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think firstly, you read all of these papers and there's large numbers of staff involved in many of them. And for me, it's reiterating from all of us that every member of staff is valued. We appreciate every member of staff, not only those are leaving, but those that are having to put in that extra mile to keep the organisation running while we go through this process. I don't think it can be underestimated, and I know a lot of staff are under extreme pressure because I've spoken to a number of them. So a couple of questions. My concern really is we are still a fairly new organisation. I think that's been recognised in a number of papers. And I just do have that concern over our head of HR is an interim. We have a 151 interim, and we now have lost a monitoring officer. And I think it just would be worth just considering that, perhaps audit having a look at it from moving forward with the council, because I think there is a vulnerability there and there's a risk there with so many of those really senior members of staff all going through that process at once. The other question I would ask really is around the figures, and I know we had a paper that went through in the May full council that was for a number of redundancies. We've got some more here. What I'm sort of losing sight of really is that total as we go through, because we have got a budget for it, and I think because these are coming through piecemeal in a number of papers, I would really like to see the finance section sort of outlining where we are perhaps against that budget as we go through, because we know there's a way to go. Yeah, I think that would be really helpful. And the other just question I would raise is the paper's written, and we've obviously got our interim 151. So when that leadership structure is looked at, the cost of it and the savings, it's not a full saving because we have got that 151 interim cost to come out of it, and it would be nice to have perhaps seen that just a bit more clearly laid out. That's on page 27 in 512. So a bit of a plea around the finances, keeping them clear so everybody can in this room can clearly see where we are and where we need to be. Thank you.
Duncan, do you want to come back?
Just to say, no, I don't disagree. I always like to see the clarity. In terms of figures in the paper, they are as we know them. So we will not know in any great detail the cost of the LEF or plus redundancy bill until we go through the HR process, because until we know who's actually at risk of redundant and they're made redundant, we can't put costings together. So we will have, I would hope in the next couple of weeks, an overall shape of what the cost might be when we get that final structure for consultation. But until we go through the HR processes, we won't know the actual cost. So we will keep members up to date. I'm afraid it will look as if it comes through then in chunks, as it were, because until we get to the end of the process, we can't give you the actual figure. But we are monitoring that against the budgets that we set to start with. So we will keep updating, and if there's a need for any updates in between formal meetings, then obviously just let us know. In terms of the comment around audit, I've got no issue at all if audit want to have a look at that post, because absolutely valid point. There is a risk. We have got a number of interims. It was always going to be the case as we reduce the size of the council that there will be that fluidity in the structure as we reduce down. But we have got plans to settle that structure, I think, as you know, with permanent roles as soon as we can. It's just there will be a gap between people leaving and how those shake out in terms of permanent appointments afterwards.
Andy, I'll let you in. Oh, sorry. Do you want to
allow
come
me to
back?
Just to say thank you for that. And I know we can't foresee what the costs are going to be. We've had a couple of papers now and we don't know what those together are. So whilst we don't know the future, we do know what we've done to date. So I thank you for that. And as for just looking at it at audit, I think it's really important that we're an aware council. And I hope that's what we are and we will continue to be. Thank you.
Andy, I'll let you in because I think
Thank
it's
you,
on a
Chair.
point that's just been said.
That's correct. Thank you, Chair. So it was for a little bit of clarity from you there, Duncan. The impression I got in your answer was that we don't know how much money the redundancy savings are going to save the council. It appears there that we're embarking on a mission of redundancy with no form, no bounds. I'd just like a point of clarity to say we are forecasting to save this. The actuals I appreciate we won't have now, but we are forecasting to save this. The roles that we're looking at will reach those, and we won't just be constantly looking at making redundancies without end.
No, apologies, Chair, if I misled Councillor Dingwall on that. What I was talking about is the redundancy cost. So we know how much there will be in terms of saving from the posts that we're looking at removing from the organisation, because we know what the costs of the posts are. So the figure that was agreed by executive in April was somewhere for this exercise between 30 and 40 million pounds worth of savings. And we can track that cost fairly clearly because we know the cost of the posts. I think the figure Councillor Chilcott was referring to is we keep seeing, I won't say in dribs and drabs because that's not very fair, but we keep seeing elements in packages almost of redundancy cost. And that's difficult to add up. They are actually reflected, I think it's in section 5.1.3 of the report. It does give the elements together. It might not add up to one figure, which we can do. But the point about not knowing the redundancy cost, i.e. the payments to the people who are leaving as opposed to the saving the council will make, is the saving is set because it's how much we pay the post. The redundancy cost depends on who the individual in the post is, because it's about their length of service and their terms and conditions. So until we know the name of the individual, we can't give an accurate cost of a redundancy.
Thank you for that.
Alan Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just to say, I'm having a job to hear some of the remarks this morning. Could councillors speak a bit louder, or can it be toned up a bit? I found it's very quiet here this morning. I'm struggling. You have to be real intense to listen to some of the debate.
Yeah, same here.
Sorry, you know, the last two or three I've been too bad, but up until then it's testing my own ears a bit.
Okay, they'll try and correct that, and hopefully you'll let us know if it doesn't improve. I can't see any further hands, so I'll just go back to Liz and then to Bill for final.
Thank you, Chair. Like the leader of council, I do appreciate that this is both a difficult and a painful time, and the fact that it's come so soon after LGR, which we've had to do in order to avoid a section 114 notice, has made it more difficult. And there have been a huge number of people working on this restructure. I too look forward to be able to seeing a table that shows the costs and the savings from LGR, so at vesting, and then the costs and the savings of the voluntary redundancies, and then the costs and the savings of the compulsory redundancies that follow the layers 4, 5 and 6 restructure. And it's not until we get to that, which will be later in this financial year, that we will see that whole picture. So the savings that were in the One Somerset business case are a part of that, of course, but we have gone much further and much deeper than anybody ever expected when we were sat in various council chambers debating LGR and how that might look. I just wanted to make the point that I'm sure the HR committee will also want to look at risks in staffing, and particularly the 3 statutory posts. With that acknowledgement that this is a difficult and painful paper, another one, I do second this. Thank you.
Bill, do you wish to add?
Nothing further to add, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the recommendations have been put and second. Can I see a show of hands? All those in favour? Any against? And any abstentions? Oh, say that's carried. I'd like to move on to item 7, which is the council size submission for Local Government Boundary Commissioner for England, and move to Ross Henley, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. As part of the development of proposals for the new Somerset Council, before the council was invested and set up, the council side and boundaries for each division were agreed by the Local Government Boundary Commission for England for the first 4 years quadrennium of the council's existence. A commitment was then given at that stage that a full electoral review would be undertaken by the Local Government Boundary Commission for England. I'll call them LGBC in future. This report, after the establishment of Somerset Council, in order to determine the arrangements for the next council elections, which take place in May 2027. The council size submission is recommending a council size of 96 councillors from May 2027, and the submission also sets out the council's request that the LGBC review considers changing the current terminology of divisions to wards, which is much more commonly known in a lot of the councils. And on our meeting of the 9th of September, the Constitution and Governance Committee, we had a very thorough review of this and debated the proposed size submission. We had a really, really good turnout of councillors right across the piece, the political sort of groups as well. And the committee endorsed the rationale and proposed the number of councillors for the submission to the LGBCE. The committee agreed to recommend this submission to the full council of 96 councillors proposed to approve at its meeting on 26 September, which is today, obviously. I also wanted to point out these proposals have been fully debated and briefed for members. There were two members' briefings which took place in the days before that Constitution and Governance Committee took place in early September. So there's been wide and ample opportunity for members to get involved and discuss these proposals. We have Duncan Sharkey and, of course, Scott Waldridge and Stephen Lake in attendance today to answer any questions that members may have. I'm presenting this report, but we feel it's really, really important that to aid our chances of success, if these proposals are supported by council, that it has wide support across the political groups. So the actual report will be proposed by Councillor Evans and seconded by Councillor Fothergill, I believe.
Yes, can I move to Bill Evans first, please?
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, can I thank your committee, Councillor Henley, the Constitution and Governance Committee, for their consideration and deliberations on this, and our officer cohort for their support in that process. And can I also thank all members who've attended the briefings, and in particular those members of opposition parties who have worked constructively and collaboratively. We were briefed by the Local Government Boundary Commission for England commissioners that if we could find a cross-party consensus around this, that would carry great weight. We've looked at comparators of other councils. We've looked at the workload that councillors in Somerset have. We recognise that this area is diverse, that we have significant rural communities, and we need to have a council of a size commensurate for us to be able to do the job of a councillor effectively and to represent our residents. So I'm really pleased to propose this, and I look forward to everyone's support. Thank you.
David Fothergill.
I do have comments to make, but I'll make them after the debate. That's all right when I second.
Any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to comment on behalf of the Green Group. We do support the submission. We think the 96 members is at the right level. Also pleased to see the suggestion that we should represent wards. That makes a lot of sense. I will also add that that number, though, is less than we have currently. It still results in a significant increase in the number of people that each councillor would represent, and many of us feel that the patches we cover already are large, and the casework that results can be considerable. Somerset Council as a whole covers a very large area, and so it is important that the number of councillors to represent the people of Somerset are set at around this level, but pleased to support. Thank you.
Thank you, John Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like a bit of a broken record because I keep. Can we do something about that feedback? How's that? That's no better, is it? How's that? Oh, that's better, isn't it? Yeah, I feel like a broken record. We're talking about number of councillors that we each represent. The previous speaker was saying that this is going to give us more councillors per council, more representative. Sorry, more residents per councillor. However, I don't believe that's true. Currently, we all represent roughly 8,000 electorate per division. I think Councillor Fothergill represents 11,000 or some such number. But the point is we all represent that number, even though at the moment there are two councillors per division. It doesn't mean we only have half of that number, which is how it's been shown in many cases. So at the moment, it's suggested that we each represent 4,000 electorate. That's not correct, because all 8,000 electorate contact each member. It's not a separate thing. And we also have situations. I'm very fortunate. I have a very good working relationship with Councillor Ellis in my division. However, some don't, which means all that work could then therefore go to the more active councillor. So I would suggest that that isn't the case. And in fact, this 96, which I thoroughly support, and particularly with the with the prospect of having one-member divisions overall. There will be some two, of course, but actually with one-member divisions, I think it's going to make it easier for us to do, and we will actually be representing about 5,500 instead of currently around the 8,000 mark. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I can't see any other hands, so back to you, David.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. And for those of you that have not been through a boundary review before, let me just give you one piece of advice. This was the easy bit. Agreeing a number, whether it's 95, 96 or 97, that was the easy bit. The difficult bit is when we start seeing lines on maps and we all disagree that Eastling ought to be with Durston and Boroughbridge ought to be. That's all going to come, but at this point in time, I think that the 96 is right, and we do have that. I'm also pleased to say that on these issues, that we can work cross-party, that we can actually come together and form an opinion that we're all pleased to put through this council, and that's good to see, and long may that continue. And finally, what I would say is I think the terminology is wrong, because I think that on the statutory instruments that went through the Parliament in December 2022 called them divisions to vesting day and wards after vesting day. So I think we are already wards. Right, but I'll leave that on there. Right, so I'm delighted to second
Mike
it.
agrees.
Mike, you agree with me, don't you? It is. Yeah, we did move, didn't we, on vesting days? We moved from divisions to. Yeah. Don't start that. Right. So I'm delighted to second this motion.
Thank you, David. Bill, do you wish to add before we go to the vote?
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, right. The proposal has been put forward and seconded. Show of hands, all those in favour, please. Any against? Any abstentions? And that is carried unanimously. Right, continuing on to item 8. This is split into two parts. Item 8A, which is the contract procedure rules. And we go back to Ross Henley to start.
Very much, Chair. This is the agenda item 8A, the revised part I6 contract procedure rules. The decision proposed to Council relates to a change in part of the Constitution, namely part I6, the Council procedure rules and standing orders, which cover the way in which we conduct our procurement exercises and award contracts. The proposed new rules have been developed jointly by the procurement and legal teams. These are mainly due to the forthcoming implementation of the Procurement Act legislation covering public procurement activity, and the changes are required to ensure the Council is compliant with this. The proposed rules are intended to become part of the Constitution on the date that the Act becomes live. In addition to the changes to reflect the Act requirements, there are general updates and a change to the order of the document to better reflect the procedural steps. The main process impact changes are included in a separate Appendix B, which is included within the pack, the agenda pack provided. But as with the previous item, this was discussed at the 9th of September, the last meeting of the Constitution and Governance Committee, where our committee agreed to recommend the proposed revisions to this full council meeting to approve at its meeting on the 26th of September today. And we had some really good support, because it's quite technical, this stuff, from Paul Scoose, the Strategic Manager of Procurement, and Dorothy O'Farrell from Legal Services at the meeting of Constitution and Governance. And we're really pleased they are here today as well to pick up any technical questions or queries that members might have and to explain the changes in more detail if necessary and answer any questions. I'm going to take this opportunity as the Chair of Constitution and Governance Committee in moving this report as proposer, and the Vice Chair of the committee, Councillor Curley, I believe is going to be seconding this report.
Thank you. If I could move to Councillor Curley now before we open.
Thank you, Chair. I'm more than happy to second this proposal and reserve my right to speak.
Any questions on this? Yes, Mandy.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Alan? Perfect. Just a question, really. I know when I've been involved within procurement previously, there was long-standing conversations around whether we could encourage more of our suppliers and those that we work with to come from Somerset, bearing in mind most of our income comes from businesses and residents within Somerset. I couldn't see much about that here, so my questions are two. Is one, are we still able to do that within our contract rules? And number two, if I've missed it, I'm sorry, have we got anything in these to reflect it?
Sounds it might be legal, so I look to my left. Yes, okay, yes.
I'm quite happy to answer. Good afternoon, Mandy. Yeah, we still can limit over threshold procurements to the local area. That was introduced by the government a few years ago, and that carries through into the new Act. So that's still possible. There is also a focus in the new Act to look at lotting of contracts to make it more applicable to smaller local suppliers, and that is has to be part of the consideration and will be part of the sourcing strategy. And in addition, from the Constitution and Governance Committee, the recommendation was for smaller contracts where we normally seek 3 quotes. We are recommending officers now seek 4 quotes. One must be from a supplier that they have not previously used before, to encourage more local suppliers to bid for our contracts. And they tend to be the smaller contracts, so it's suitable that we focus on that area to incentivise smaller companies to lie to us.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really welcome that opening up our business as much as we can to small suppliers, but I would really urge, I suppose, moving forward that we pay more consideration where we can to, being a Somerset council, we encourage and welcome Somerset businesses. And if we can do anything to strengthen that moving forward, I certainly would welcome that. Thank you.
Peter T.
Thank you, Chairman. On the same line as Councillor Chilcott, my concern is to make sure that once procurement exercises have run for things such as framework agreements, that we make sure that we take all steps possible to make sure local suppliers can enter those framework agreements later on. The point is sometimes you will get a new, it's small business, it pops up. If you've got a 3-year framework and somebody starts a business in year 1, they're excluded from years 1, 2 and 3. You really need to find a way of actually working the system to make sure that the door remains open to local businesses and particularly SMEs.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, you want to come back?
So to respond to that, the new Procurement Act does include a different type of framework available to contracting authorities, which is an open framework. I don't want to go into all the technicals of it, it will bore you silly, but it does allow for reopening that on a regular basis for suppliers to join, which is not allowed under the current, as you say, normally 4-year frameworks. There are also dynamic markets which are available. There's some contentious issues around that at the moment, but that again will allow suppliers to join these groups regularly.
Peter, did you want to?
Yes, Chairman, I was just trying to highlight the need for us as a council to promote to our local businesses how to do it as much as it being available. I appreciate it's available in law. The point is we need to help our businesses exploit that.
Don't disagree, and we do hold regular meetings with sort of local business forums and explain how the council contracts and encourages them to join frameworks, and we quite often share which frameworks we tend to use on a regular basis, which will give the suppliers an opportunity to join them.
Thank you. I see no more hands, so I'll go back to Tim Curley.
Thank you, Chair. I've got nothing further to add.
Okay, Ross, do you wish to add anything further?
No, that's absolutely fine. Hopefully we can move forward to the vote that's been proposed and formally seconded.
Okay, the debate has finished. The proposal is there. Can I see a show of hands? All those in favour? Any against? And any abstentions? Okay, that is carried again unanimously. Moving on to item 8B, which is senior management structure, scheme of delegations and the statutory and proper officers. I'm informed this is back to you, Ross. Right?
It's yes, but it is, yeah. The annual review of the Constitution reported to full council in May. 2024 highlighted that further reviews of the scheme of delegation will be required during 24-25 as a result of any changes to the Council's target operating model and structures. The Chief Executive agreed a new senior leadership team structure on the 18th of July this year to become effective from the 1st of November this year. This, of course, has resulted in consequential changes being required to Part I1, Part I2 and Part I3. Again, at our meeting on the 9th of September, the Constitution and Governance Committee endorsed these proposed changes to each of these three elements of the Constitution for recommendation to the full Council to approve. As with the last item, I am going to formally propose and support the recommendations made by Constitution and Governance Committee for this full Council today. And the Vice Chairman of that committee, Councillor Tim Curley, will formally second. Any questions? I think Scott Woodrow will pick up, and I'd be our Chief Executive as well, may want to, pick up any technical questions as well if necessary. But I'll be formally proposing and do that now, and Councillor Curley will be formally seconding.
Thank you. Tim, would you wish to comment?
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm happy to second this proposal and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Any questions? I see no hands. Tim, would you like to add anything?
I think there's nothing more to add. Quite happy to move to the vote, Chair.
And again, Ross, you are quite happy to move.
Very happy. As I said, we had a very thorough debate on these proposals at Constitution and Governance Committee, and I think I propose the Council accepts the recommendation.
Okay, the proposal's been put. So a show of hands again, all those in favour? Any against? And any abstentions? Again, that's carried unanimously. Item 9, which is the proposed changes to committee appointments. This is Scott.
Thank you, Chair. And hopefully this is a very straightforward report. Effectively, it's setting out proposed appointments to a number of vacancies. 4 co-opted member vacancies on the Harbour Management Advisory Committee. Also, the appointment of the Vice Chair for the Scrutiny Committee, Adults and Health, and that follows Councillor Graham Oakes being appointed as an Executive Lead Member. And finally, the appointment to a vacancy as an employer's representative to the Pensions Fund Board.
Thank you. Bill, you're proposing.
I'm delighted to hear that, and accordingly I do.
David.
Delighted to second, reserve my right to speak.
Right. Anyone has any questions? Yes, Liz.
Chair, I believe we have to have the nomination at the meeting for the Vice Chair of Scrutiny Committee, Adults and Health. Does that come in at this stage?
Yes, Bill.
Can I formally propose that Claire Sully fill that role, please?
I don't think I can second that, can I? I'm very happy to second it if you like, but as we move into a comfort break, I'll second it.
Thank you, David. Okay, right. The proposal again has been put. Can I see a show of hands? All those in favour? And any against? Any abstentions? And that's carried. David is quite right. We're going to take a comfort break now. So you have 20 minutes. So please return and we go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. So I'm delighted to bring this motion, proposed motion, seconded by John Hunt, leader of the Independent Group. So a few words by way of introduction, if I may. So whoever is responsible for the 20 billion black hole that the government claim exists is not really the subject of today's debate and discussion. I'm sure we could have lots of agreements or disagreements on that, and it would keep us going for the rest of the time that we've made up the rest of today. However, I hope there's one thing that we can all agree on, is that you can't fill a black hole by throwing vulnerable pensioners into it. The withdrawal of the winter fuel payments without a full risk assessment brought universal condemnation, with the very sad exception of those who are trying to defend the indefensible. However, it's been reassuring to see the coming together of so many to condemn the withdrawal of the winter fuel payments. I have to say, I never thought that I'd see myself on the same side of an argument as Jeremy Corbyn, or even John McDonnell, or even most of the large unions. but it's generally really good to see the coming together. And I do have to pay tribute to all the MPs from the Lib Dems, the Green Party, from the Conservatives, from Reform, and all the other parties that came together to vote against this real inequality. Throughout the country, there has been cross-party condemnation. And by bringing this motion, I have sought to bring the same cross-party impact. I'm therefore grateful to the Lib Dem party for bringing forward amendments and for highlighting some small changes to the original motion. And therefore, I am willing to accept the amendment in full and make that amendment the substantive motion.
Thank you, David. John Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. And no feedback, this gets better. I'd like to second the this important proposal, and I would like to speak now, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Please do.
Thank you very much indeed. This government needs to dump its cruel winter fuel policy. This is not what people voted for. It is the wrong decision and needs to be reversed. We need a vision where pensioners are not the first to face a new wave of cuts. These are not my words, but the words, surprisingly, of Sharon Graham, who is the General Secretary of the Unite Union, in her speech made prior to winning a non-binding vote in the government's own conference, calling on the government to reverse its cuts to winter fuel payments. Sadly, it would seem the vote brought forward by the government's largest union backer is likely to be ignored. I, like most of us here today, have many residents, both pensioners and their families, contacting us and contacting myself with their concerns of how they're going to cope without this vital fuel allowance. There are so many slightly above the qualification mark for pension credit who will be choosing between heating and eating this winter. For those who do qualify but have not yet applied for pension credits, could I please ask that we as a council do more to assist them? The forms are a total nightmare and take forever to complete. Can we please find a way of assisting them? I've seen the council's social media posts on this subject, which are of course very helpful. However, I would suggest that many of our pensioners are not on social media, and a way must be found to enable them to claim that which is rightfully theirs. My fellow councillors, for the sake of our Somerset pensioners, I urge you to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to open it up. Yes, Sarah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank the members who've brought this motion to the council. The amendments which we made to it, the original draft, were intended to make it slightly more specifically relevant to our situation in Somerset. We do indeed have approximately 110,000 older persons in Somerset who have received the winter fuel payment, but as I'm sure we all know, not all of those people do rely on it. Some, I know, donate it to charities. Those bodies will likely miss out on those donations this winter. However, the main issue here is the withdrawal of the winter fuel payment using a measure without using a measure of need and without a full impact assessment having been made. And that impact assessment could then be used to target those who have relied on it during a period of high inflation and unprecedented increases in fuel costs too. So what have we done so far at Somerset Council? The government has, as people will know, recently announced an extension of the Household Support Fund for a further 6 months, from the 1st of October to the 31st of March 25. We have acted to take an urgent key decision about allocation of those welcome funds, although I have to say, in parentheses, it would be helpful to have those funds committed for a longer period than just 6 months to enable allocation to be calculated in less of a rush. Officers have worked hard to make the recommendations, and I thank them. Some 40% of the fund, over £1 million, will go to Somerset Community Foundation's excellent Surviving Winter Fund, and we rely on our voluntary, charitable, faith and social enterprise partners to assist us. Some of it will be spent on free school meals for children who receive them in the holidays, for children who receive them during term time. Councillors will have seen the decision which has been published, and we are grateful for the assistance of scrutiny chairs in achieving the urgent decision. We hope the government will listen to the concerns of so many, as already expressed in this council. And as already mentioned, they were expressed at their own party conference, so that older persons and families who are struggling with fuel bills do receive effective relief. The leader's letter will no doubt emphasise this if the winter fuel allowance is not restored in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Revans.
Thank you, and it's a great pleasure to second the amendment put forwards, and thank you to the proposer and seconder who have accepted it into their motion. I think David has a point of order he'd like to raise.
I think if I'm correct, because we've now accepted the amendment into the motion, and it's still myself and John Hunt proposing and seconding.
Okay, I had thought the amendment needed to be on the table before it could be accepted. And it's not on the table until it's proposed and seconded, I would contend. However, I don't wish to split hairs over this. Not that I've got any.
Again, members, if it's helpful, I believe what Councillor Fothergill did as part of his initial presentation was highlight an alteration to the original motion, effectively accepting what you've all seen as the amendment, if it has both his and Councillor Hunt's now proposed alteration, so that is now the substantive motion that is before the council, and therefore there is no amendment. That is the altered motion.
Thank you for your wisdom and guidance on that matter. I stand corrected, though I'm sure at some point we will get into the minutiae of that. We are all aware that the country is in a very difficult situation. We all know that difficult decisions have to be made. We know that here in Somerset, perhaps more than anywhere, with the situation that we are in. However, when you make difficult decisions, you need to make them on the basis of a thorough examination of the facts, to look at the possible implications, particularly on those most vulnerable members of the community, and particularly on those who will be affected the most, whether they be of a certain age or whether they be of a certain demographic. And the difficulty that I have overall with this is that this seems to have been announced with no consideration of the impact it will have. Believe me, it will have an impact on this council. As we go through this process of encouraging people to take pension credit, that will have an impact on other things, on our revenue, I believe, but also the reduction of this and potential impacts on our older and more vulnerable residents means that more people will require our services, particularly our adult social care, and we need to understand that impact, and we haven't had the opportunity to do that. The pleasure of being a history teacher is multiple, and I do like to learn lessons from the past. And it would be remiss of me to point out that at the top of page 68 of the 2019 Conservative Party manifesto was virtually word for word the policy which now the Labour government is putting forwards. And conversely, the Labour Party at that time said that would lead to 4,000 deaths without any assessment of where that number had come from. All of which I find very, very confusing. We could spend hours arguing over why we're in this position. We would then generate more heat than light. Let us recognise that we are here to be able to do our best for our residents, promoting the uptake of pension credit, promoting any voluntary sector organisations that come forward with proposals or who have already put forward proposals for warm spaces over the winter, and looking to be able to protect our most vulnerable here. And I commend the work that has been done by our officers and my colleagues on the Household Support Fund in order to bring that forwards into this. We are already promoting the use of pension credit. I take the point about not every pensioner being on social media, though it is probably slightly more common than you might think. And we do look for our media to be able to carry that message into every household where it needs to be heard. And we'll work with our VCSFE sector and the media to be able to make sure that people get the assistance that they need. So we'll emphatically be supporting this motion.
Federica.
Thank you, Chair.
I am in support of this motion and with the amendments. I have a question and I'm happy to have a written answer from officers. But one of my concerns, I guess, for us as a council, and I welcome pushing people to apply for pension credit, is the impact that it potentially could have on us as a council for people being able to access the council tax support scheme. It is there and I want people to be able to apply for it because it's there to support the most vulnerable. But where we get given the council, or we have to give out council tax support, we actually don't receive those funds from central government. So this could inflate the pressures that we have on us as an authority, and I don't believe that central government has looked at that in relation to them bringing these forward as a proposal.
Thank you. Mandy.
Thank you very much, Chair, and Frederica's sort of said what I was going to say, and that there's a saving in one part of somebody's budget that will immediately put some pressure elsewhere, which isn't a saving overall at all. I welcome some idea of the impacts that it will have on adult social care especially. I hope that work's sort of going on behind the scenes. I look forward to seeing that. But I think for me as well, in Somerset, we have a lot of hidden deprivation, and I think rural and areas of Somerset are very different to the urban areas. Often a house on the front facade might look very nice and you might think everything's okay, but behind those doors there might be real struggles. My other challenge is, you know, we've got a lot of people, perhaps those with dementia, those that are too proud to fill in a form. We will have a lot of people in Somerset that will be entitled and will not fill the forms out, and that's my concern. And also to remember, fuel costs are set to go up again, and fuel costs are much higher than they have been in previous years. So I think all of this puts an unnecessary pressure. Just the question I wanted to ask actually is around the wording in the amended version, and it says in that we're looking to put a substantial proportion of the household support fund available from 1st of October until March is spent to help those people who are struggling with fuel poverty. I have read the key decision actually quite carefully, and that key decision is doing a lot more than just dealing with fuel poverty, as we've already heard. It's dealing with the free school meals, it's dealing with warm spaces, it's helping those BCSE sector to deliver the help and support. So I just would question the wording that it's going to be a substantial portion, because from what I'm seeing, the pulls on that fund, the household support fund, are numerous, and I don't think we can safely say that a substantial proportion is going to be dealing with those with fuel poverty. I think it's much wider. Thank you.
Right, Faye.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd agree with what's been said. I'm glad we're recognising the potential cost to the council of reductions in council tax. And I can't remember who it was that mentioned our charities are receiving some of those donations. I think it was Sarah. Have we looked at the scale of the loss to our charity sector? And might I ask that in the letter that Bill writes, that we look to quantify that, working with our charity partners, and actually show that black hole that government are creating in bringing this forward? Because I know from experience in helping residents, they use a lot of those charities to help them fill in the very forms that they are now going to have to face. And if those charities are not getting those donations, and they are getting a lot more requests for help, there's going to be impact there as well. And we know how much we rely on and the great voluntary sector we have, and all the other letters. I'm sorry not to use them all. But can we please make sure we quantify that and spell that out really clearly? And I think that that's something that we should be promoting as a council as well, so that perhaps those who can afford to donate this year might look to step into that breach while we're waiting for the government to sort themselves out. Thank you.
Liz, you want to come back on that?
Yeah, if I may, Chair, I would like to just get into the figures a little bit on the key decision that was taken yesterday. First of all, I want to thank the officers who did the equality impact assessment very rapidly and very efficiently, because that's what the government should have done, and local government has to do that, and we'd be in very big trouble if we didn't. When we used the word substantial, we couldn't use the word majority, but please be aware that it's 1.4 million going to Somerset Community Foundation. My understanding is that the first meeting between our officers and the Community Foundation, Citizens Advice and others actually takes place today. So they are getting ready for the 1st of October. There is also 600,000 through the Auriga online portal, which has been our main method of dispersing those monies in the past. There's 600,000 for citizens' advice because we acknowledge there will be more pressure on them. The free school meal holiday vouchers are 900,000, and there's a figure, as I've said, 1.4 million with a 300,000 contingency. Now, Auriga is a not-for-profit charitable organisation that distributes monies. I understand that they are already looking at additional monies for Somerset that could go through the online portal, replacing some of those, some of the pounds that we have moved to the Community Foundation. I really hope, like Councillor Purbrick, that some of the people who donated their fuel payment in the past will continue to be able to make a donation, and I'm very happy to say that I intend to do that, and I hope that some of my other colleagues who would have got the fuel payment will be able to do the same. So what I believe we've done is I think we've put in flexibility into the Household Support Fund so that if the Chancellor thinks differently by the time she presents her first budget, and she might do what I would have done, which was to give more money to local authorities through the Household Support Fund and say to the local authorities, you know your people best, you make sure this money gets to the right place. So I believe that we will be able to do that. And I believe through the Community Foundation and the way this has been planned through working with village agents and others in Somerset, that we will be able to reach out and find those people who do not claim pension credit, who have not claimed through the Auriga portal in the past, fair enough, and actually get more of that Household Support Fund money to where it is needed. And then within GDPR, hold on to those records of people who we then know need support. We did it really effectively across all the councils during COVID. We need to do something similar now and just think differently. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Diego.
Thank you, Chairman. Over 19,300 pensioners in the Bridgewater constituency are going to be impacted by this really heartless, disastrous Labour policy. Despite knowing that older people will be struggling to pay to heat their homes this winter, their own report said so. Labour MPs still decided to take this money away from so many pensioners. I was door knocking on Tuesday and I came across Brian and his wife in East Bridgewater. His wife suffers with Raynaud's disease, amongst other things, and they've got no choice, he said, but to keep the heating on in the house 24/7. They depended on the winter fuel allowance to keep them going through the winter, but now they're going to lose it. And I had another resident pleading with me, quite literally begging with me. I'd never seen it before in my years as a councillor, asking me to do something to help her. I felt completely helpless. Many others, I'm sure, will be feeling the same way. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased that this motion has been brought forward. I'm particularly pleased that within it does resolve to ensure that a portion of that household support fund is spent on helping residents struggling with fuel poverty. And I hope that we can unanimously approve this motion.
Thank you. Martin Wale.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm slightly confused. Now, that might be because I'm the recipient of this allowance and very old. Mind you, I do get £25, 25 shillings or something a week for being over a certain age. But anyway, my confusion, Chairman, is on the resolutions on the amendment document, which is now the substantial motion, I understand. And that it goes with the first bullet point. It proposes the postponement of cutting winter fuel allowance, etc. You then go on to the second bullet point, and we're then committing the council and then encouraging our councillors and anybody else, I hope, to sign this the Age UK petition. Well, if you look at the Age UK petition, it says is calls to save the winter fuel payment and to halt the proposed changes. That's not the same as postponement. So in one hand, are the council going to write a letter to the government asking for this postponement? And on the other hand, are the council then going to sign this petition asking to stop and halt rather and save the proposal? And I just, because of my grand old age, I'm confused about that. I think the council are doing one thing with one hand and then the other with the other. So although I will be supporting this motion because it has the support of everyone in this chamber, I'm quite sure, I find that point a bit confusing. Thank you, Chairman.
We go to David for clarification.
I don't think the 2 points are mutually exclusive. I think they're slightly different, but I don't think they're mutually exclusive at all. I think we can call for one thing by asking the leader to write something in a letter, but I think we can ask councillors to do something which goes further by signing a petition if they so wish. I don't think the two are mutually exclusive.
Thank you. Dave Mansell.
Thank you. I also wish to give my support to this motion to postpone the cutting of the winter fuel allowance. I feel okay with the petition which calls for a halt. In this case, I don't feel there's a big difference there between the two requests, especially as the request is also to undertake the impact assessment, which is clearly very needed in this for this. It's clear that the impact will be on people on low incomes and vulnerable residents, as has been said. It should also be noted that there has previously been a cost of living payment that also has been lost and should be borne in mind. Now, this is being done, we are told, to address a black hole in the government finances. We ourselves cannot address that, but I would comment that if the hole needs to be addressed, myself, I think it should be addressed by finding funding from those who can afford it. And I suspect that is people with high wealth, not those with low wealth, which will be targeted in this case. The motion calls for practical steps that we can take locally by encouraging more who are entitled to claim pension credit to do so, so they then will also still receive the winter fuel payment. That is clearly good. Also good is the encouragement to seek support, if needed, from the Household Support Fund. That was an important addition with the amendment. I understand that awareness campaigns are underway and will follow from this motion. I tend to agree with what Councillor Hunt said, that the message must be got across effectively to all those who could benefit from it. So I hope that will happen, and I am reassured by some of the comments that have been given, including by Councillor in terms of how that will be done. But that clearly will be important to make sure that all who need to hear sources of local help do hear that. So pleased to support the motion and pleased to see support that I hope it will get. Thank you.
Mark Healy.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I wholeheartedly agree with what everybody said to date. But what we've got to do is look to the future as well, through you, Chairman, if I may, because what we've got now in the autumn budget, Liz has referred to, is the possibility that we're going to have older people that live on their own taking away their 25% council tax. So that's an added burden. Then we've got the added burden for older people as well, that they're on about taxing the pensions. So it's a triple whammy, really, isn't it? I mean, what's the problem? Why are they attacking older people? There are other ways of doing business. I was led to believe, unless I've got this totally wrong, that the now administration has said we're going to grow the economy, we're going to do this, do that, do the other. What I'm personally seeing and what people are telling me is the actual opposite. Okay, I'm trying not to make a political statement, but I do feel really genuinely concerned for our older population, and I'm sure everybody in this room feels the same. Thank you, Chairman.
Ros Wyke.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Layton, for spelling out the practical details of how, as a council, we can help. I'm very aware there is a lot of rhetoric around this, and I just wanted to clarify 2 or 3 things, if I may. First of all, the form which are people being asked to complete. I'm very proud of the fact I've actually got 5 of them over the line over the last few years, helping people locally. But it's 270 odd questions. It is the most heartbreaking way to go through someone's life, tear it apart, triangulate questions and make sure that you get it right. And you often have to have more than one go at it. And I reckon I'm pretty good at forms, but by golly, this one really takes the biscuit. So be careful when you talk about forms. People do need help. The second thing is that the government has on several occasions talked about the pension increase of being £400 in April. Well, it's not for everyone. Just to be really clear, we have a lot of old people in Somerset, but that's a very wide range of people. If you are a man and you were born prior to April 1951, which means you're 73. And if you're a woman and you were born before the 6th of April 1953, which means you're 71, you don't get £400 increase because you're not on the new pension, you're on the old pension. And the difference is currently, in total, £8,814 is the basic pension. And if you're one of the younger pensioners, you get £11,502, a difference of £2,688. So not only do the older people in Somerset get a lower pension, and then on top of that, we've now got this removal of this particular benefit, which can be mitigated, but by golly, they've made it as difficult as possible. So I fully understand central government need to find monies in various directions, but is this really the one we want to go for? And it's going to hit Somerset particularly because we have an aging population and we have an awful lot of people over 71 as a man, 70 as a woman, and over 73 as a man. And you are going to significantly reduce what is already a very, very modest pension. So I totally support this motion, and I welcome some feedback down the line about the various strands of money calculation referred to and how we're actually helping to deliver that, because we're going to need to help people this winter one way or the other. But just think about it. It's not all pensioners. It's a very small, the younger population group who are getting the full whack. So this amount of money is really quite important to the older population.
Peter C.
Thank you, Chairman. I support the motion, but I think we should recognise that all this is emergency first aid. As much as we can possibly apply, directing people into solutions which don't actually fix the problem. And what the government should have done is get after the causes of fuel poverty. Now, I noticed the government that we elected shortly before the election abandoned its zero carbon commitment, a part of which would have been insulating homes and providing a national insulation scheme. I've no idea where they're going to go with that, but I hope that it has survived in the background, because that is one of the things you do to cure fuel poverty, is you make sure that a building is affordable to heat. But one of the other things which is built into the system, and which the government could have gotten after instead of what they did, and just to divert you for a moment, of course, the actual winter fuel payment was introduced without consultation as a sticking plaster over a problem. Removing it has pulled away far more than the scab in this case, because it is what it is. But just consider that The standing charge for July figures from Uswitch, standing charge for the average for the UK was 60.12p per day for electricity and 31.41p per day for gas. Now that's sounds a little bit of an odd thing to be bringing up in this context, but when you actually work that out as how much a year, it's £334.08, which is quite a substantial amount of money to somebody who's in fuel poverty. Now, you don't, as a motorist, pay for the upkeep of the pipelines that deliver the fuel to your to the depot, which delivers it to the tanker, which delivers it to your fuel forecourt. That's all in the price. So you cut your motoring, your costs go down. You buy an efficient car, your costs go down. All the incentives are there. And equally, if you're buying a Rolls Royce, you know you're going to be punished in the pocket. What the effect of a standing charge does is it punishes those at the bottom end of the usage consumption, who tend to be the poorer people, the people who are in fuel poverty, the people who are trying to save every last penny. There's a flaw. So, you know, there's one option that you could have gone to if you were the Chancellor, and it would require principal legislation, and it would have been complicated, and it would have required an assessment of the impact, but it wasn't even on the table. I just think that the government have a vast distance to cover on fuel poverty. This motion gets after it like greyhounds as much as we can as local councillors, and does as much as we can to support the people of Somerset. But we're fighting on a queered pitch, and a pitch that has been queered by a very large pile of sticking plasters in terms of government fiscal policy. And I just wanted to point out that there are lots of options available here that are probably better than directing people to pension credit.
Fran.
Thank you. I wanted to raise the issue excuse me, of the state of many of our households within Somerset. According to our own website, as of 2021, an estimated 32,000 households, approximately 12% of the population in Somerset, live in fuel poverty. And I think it's important. There have been many schemes to retrofit some of these properties and done over the years, but not everybody has taken that advantage or been able to. And I think this the amount of the £200 a year that many pensioners receive is a benefit, and it's helpful for the time before they get the chance to retrofit some of their properties as well, and that is going to be lost. So I am very much in favour of supporting this, and I think Labour have made a large mistake in bringing this in without all the following due care and consideration. Thank you.
Lucy Trimnell.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to talk about the fact that rural areas are actually worse affected by this because of the state of our housing, because many people are living in much older housing. We're talking about really pre-1980s than in urban areas. Additionally to that, you've got the distances people have to travel if they want to get to a warm space. So whereas in an urban area, you might have multiple places where people can go to pubs, libraries, etc. There's fewer of those facilities in our villages, and they're further away for many people to get to, meaning that a lot of our elderly who have had this payment removed will be stuck in their cold homes. And that's why the motion before us today at Somerset Council is so important. I was going to say that I'd urge everybody to support it, but I don't even think I need to do that because I've not heard any voices opposing it. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Sally.
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of short memories over the other side of the room. So let's not forget that the previous government took a wrecking ball to the economy. And I say that because UK public debt is in a state not seen since the early 60s, hitting 100% of GDP. And that's created a cost of living crisis that we're still living through that has impacted the most vulnerable and the poorest. And did the previous government care about that? So, but now without a current government, they didn't do an impact assessment, so they don't show that they care about the what the consequence of this withdrawing the winter fuel payment, because it's going to hurt again the most vulnerable. But we care, Somerset Council care, and I think that the amendment has improved the motion with being much more specific, asking for this allowance for that impact assessment to be done and for it to be postponed, and also looking at mitigation. So I support the motion because we care about the people of Somerset, those most vulnerable and the poorest. Thank you.
Brian Smedley.
Thank you. Yeah, well, it's a very interesting opening gambit from David Fothergill to start by saying let's not mention the black hole, and I'm very much reassured by Councillor Healy saying this isn't a political motion. I'm sure it isn't. I'm sure they've got the best interests of the government at heart when they offer advice to what they do with the result of the last 14 years. But we couldn't particularly support what the original motion said here. But the words that have come back, I think, from the Liberals who have relooked at this, much more reassuring, because I'm sure they know what it's like to wake up with a black hole in a treasury. I think Labour members, as you can see by conference this week, I know that Mr Fothergill and some others here are now avid conference watchers, know that the Labour Party membership is opposed to what's happened at the moment, asking the government to think again. And as Nigel Behan mentioned earlier, from the council union's perspective, the Sharon Graham motion at conference also suggested the same thing. And similarly, pensioners, of which there's some 12 million in the country, are saying the same thing. As I've just reached that age myself and I don't want a cold flat this winter, I'm saying the same thing too. So we'll support this motion.
Right, John Cook-Woodman.
Can you hear me now? Have I got two now? That's better. No, I was going to say, listening to what Councillor Sally said, and about caring and everything else like that, and we're very fortunate to have some MPs in the room with us as well. And of course, they get heating allowances. So I was wondering if they would give up their heating allowance to stand in solidarity with the pensioners of Somerset.
Can I go to Sarah Wakefield?
Thank you. Yes, I was responding because my name was mentioned, actually. I just wanted to say that my colleague Liz Lyshawn has very kindly given out the figures for the Household Support Fund. I mean, that is about, when it was questioned that it wasn't a substantial proportion, I think 36% is quite a substantial proportion, actually, to spend directly on the Surviving Winter campaign, together with the CAB funds, in addition, who will be used to deal with people who need help in filling in forms and guidance. The other point that I was wanted to respond to was about the pressures on adult social care. I think the pressures will be on the health service, actually, rather than us. I think they may come through to us from the health service, but I think the health service will struggle if people become ill and disabled and they will go into hospital. Just everybody remember that adult social care is a means-tested benefit. 90% of our budget, which is huge, and I know it's huge, goes on care home fees, direct payments, and care provision. So that is where it's going. And at the moment, care homes are finding that people in them are losing or running out of capital, and we are getting a lot more people coming onto our books through that means because they've run out of funds to pay for their care homes. But we will do what we can. We will certainly watch this, and if figures start to go up, we'll certainly be reporting to you about what happens. But I think the health service is going to be the first body that suffers.
Claire, can I go to you as you were named?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll be really quick. Why is it important to have a winter fuel allowance? Why is it important with the cost of living and the impact of that, the energy prices? So it's more than ever that we need it. But also, I think it was inferred that I should be giving back my heating allowance, but I have to say I don't actually get a heating allowance. So it sounded like that anyway. But
okay, Adam.
Thanks very much, Mike. Typical coming from John Hunt, a political statement instead of actually supporting the pensioners. John Woodman. Sorry, John. Wrong John. They're just testing you. John, typical.
Hang on.
Typical coming from John Woodman. I mean, that just shows that I've forgotten his name, because he hasn't said anything relevant to actually this debate or other debates recently. Now, John, if you actually wanted to go online and look at IPSA, which is the body which pays MPs, you will see there's actually no heating allowance stated. There's office accommodation and there's accommodation in London. Are you wanting my staff in my office in London to sit there freezing cold? Probably not. But there is no particular budget for heating for MPs. It states that clearly. If you have a look on IPSA, there's no line. Maybe you would actually say something supportive of pensioners instead of trying to score political points. What I will say is that all the MPs here in the room voted in the way to support pensioners, and we will carry on doing so. And I'm very supportive of this motion because actually Labour need to wake up. They've made a decision to do this. They've rushed into it. They haven't actually looked at it. And if everyone claimed pension credits, it might actually cost more than the money they're saving. So instead of sitting there trying to score political points, let's actually try to work together on this for the best of residents in Somerset.
Hazel.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just a bit concerned that we are spending an awful lot of time with a lot of hot air going around here. When you have any system that is not linked to income, it's just unfair. And there are many pensioners who simply do not need their winter fuel allowance. They have plenty of money, and it really does make me a bit cross when I see young people struggling to pay their bills, and they're subsidising one way or another through the tax system or through council tax grants to people who have less. They're all paying for some pensioners to have an awful lot more. And it really does seem unfair. And in any system, you will have a poverty trap. You'll have those people who are just above the limit and get nothing, and those, you know, that they're worse off than if they get pension credit, where they get the free sites, the free bites, they get money from here, from there, and from everywhere. And you're always going to have that. And so until you have a system that is entirely based on income and property and assets that fairly decides how people should be taxed, you're always going to have that poverty trap. So whatever you do, you're never going to make it entirely fair. And I have absolutely no problem with not getting my winter fuel allowance. It was nice to have it last year. I think it went because my husband was on sick pay and we had no money. So it went on propping the finances up. It's how it goes. It's what comes around. And I also think that people who are older and on the old state pension system, most of them will have money from their graduated national insurance contributions or the SERPS 2 and SERPS SP2 and SERPS. Now, I, as a younger pensioner, I lost all of that wrapped up in the government's new system. So, you know, nobody cares that I lost a huge amount of SERPS and SP2 contributions, but I did. It's how the cookie crumbles. And I think we spend far too much time and too much hot air talking about this. And what we actually aren't doing is looking at the population in the round and thinking about our young people who are struggling with mortgages, who've had to remortgage, and they're really, really hard up, yet they get not a penny of help. So just remember those younger people that we also represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to take Mike Rigby and then I'm going to go back to John and David before we come to a vote on this. Thank you.
Well, it seems I may have come to it a little late. I was going to suggest, Chair, that we're in danger here if we carry on much longer of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, and whether or not it might be appropriate now to move to the vote. So at the very least, our poor officers don't have to listen to all 110 of us speak in favour of it.
Thank you. John Hunt.
Are you sure you don't mean John Woodman? Yeah. I've already spoken. I'm happy with what I've said. Thank you.
That's fine. Right, David, back to you to finish off.
Thank you very much indeed. And I also call for a named vote.
Right, you need 16 people. Sit down, please. In that case, I will go over to Scott to go through a name vote.
Thank you, Chair. And again, just to hope in terms of some calculations, I mean, certainly from the 110 members that make up the council, according to our calculations, we've had 16 apologies and there are 2 online, which leaves, providing no one has left, that leaves 92 councillors to take part in the recorded vote. So if I start by calling out names, and then if you could just indicate whether you are for, against or abstaining. And I shall start initially with Councillor Ashton. Councillor Ulia. Sorry. Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Barr. Councillor Best. Councillor Bolt.
For.
Councillor Bradford. Councillor Butt-Phillip. Councillor Carswell. Councillor Cavill. Councillor Chilcott. Councillor Clark, as in Nicola Clark. Councillor Barry Clark. Councillor Peter Clayton. Councillor Coles. Councillor Collins. Councillor Cook-Woodman. Councillor Cottle. Councillor Dance. Councillor Darch. Councillor Davies. Councillor Deakin. Councillor Dimmery. Councillor Dingwall. Councillor Dunk.
For.
Councillor Dyke. Councillor Ellis. Councillor Fabahi. Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Fothergill. Councillor Govier. Councillor Grimes. Councillor Hadley.
For.
Councillor Ham. Councillor Pauline Ham, apologies. Councillor Philip Ham. Councillor Healy. Councillor Height. Councillor Hendry. Councillor Henley. Councillor Hobbs. Councillor Hobhouse. Councillor Hunt. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kay. Councillor Keach. Councillor Kendall. Councillor Curley. Councillor Cravis.
Am I allowed to vote if I'm online?
Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Lachon. Councillor Tony Locke. Councillor Lovell. Councillor Mansell. Councillor Martin. Councillor Messenger. Councillor Harriman. Councillor Tessamont. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Nicholson. Apologies. Councillor Page. Councillor Patrick. Councillor Payne. Councillor Pearce, not here. Councillor Pilston. Councillor Perry. Councillor Potts-Jones. Councillor Power. Councillor Prior-Sankey. Councillor Pugsley. Councillor Purbrick. Councillor Reid. Councillor Evans. Councillor Rigby. Councillor Robbins. Councillor Rodriguez. Councillor Roundell Green. Councillor Seeb.
For.
Councillor Shearer. Councillor Smedley. Councillor Fran Smith. Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts. Councillor Snell. Councillor Soughton. Councillor Andy Sully. Councillor Claire Sully. Councillor Trimnell.
For.
Councillor Wakefield. Councillor Whale. Councillor Wilkins. Councillor Wone. Councillor Woods.
For.
Councillor Wren. Councillor Wyke. And I just record, certainly in terms of that motion is carried.
Thank you. Okay, right. We now move on to item 11, which is the annual report of the Corporate Parenting Board. And I believe we have Lee is online. Over to you, Lee.
Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this report. I need to apologise to Council for not being present in the room. I made every effort to, but due to grandchild care issues that require me to be on duty from home, I apologise for not being there. I want to start by thanking our outgoing chair, Jane Luck, for her contribution to our corporate parent board while she has been our independent chair. I speak today as vice chair. I have great pleasure in presenting our annual report. It is important to open by thanking all of our officers involved in both running the board and collating the report. The board has acted effectively in its role of seeking assurances from services that the needs of our most vulnerable children and young people are being understood and met. However, all those needs continue to become more complex and demanding. The ability to remain ambitious for our children and young people in a climate of financial difficulty and service restructuring has become challenging, to say the least. The board has remained rigorous in its response to these challenges and has given a specific emphasis to dental care, changes to housing arrangements, education restructures, cost of living pressures, and the recruitment and retention of staff and volunteers. And for this rigour, I would like to thank the members of the board, elected members, officers of the council and its partners, colleagues from other agencies, and the amazing young people of our in-care councils. It is also of notable interest that the work to ensure that care experience is recognised as a protected characteristic in Somerset, albeit at a slower than expected rate, and in coalition with the LGA and colleagues from other councils and authorities continues. Likewise, with universal concerns across the UK regarding the emotional health and well-being of young people, we benefited from a thematic workshop on the emotional and mental health needs of our young children. And that's perfect timing for my grandson. Come to say hello. 2 seconds, baby. The emphasis will continue in our next year, and we write our corporate parenting strategy for 2025-2028 with ambition and optimism, building it around the recommendations of the all-party group to the previous government to expand the responsibilities of corporate parenting board. Ever a trailblazer, the Somerset Corporate Parenting Board has adopted these proposed responsibilities and will stand prepared should they be mandated by the current government. You will note the main outcomes of the board in this report, which include improved processes, enhanced funding, more focus on issues of concern to the board, and obsession to improve dental care. A spotlight in the needs of our unaccompanied asylum seekers, more opportunities for young children and young people to have an advocate at every stage of their care, and a higher level of quality assurance. As always, our achievement targets for 2024-25 are in hand, and as is the work towards the publication of our next strategy for 2025-28. Members, Chair, as is always said, everyone in this room is a corporate parent. We will always welcome new members. We always respond to members' inquiries. Members, please take time to understand how you can play your part in ensuring our children get the best start in life. Chair, I therefore conclude by asking someone to propose that this council recommends that the Corporate Parenting Board continues its ambition to expand its responsibilities, and it promotes the continuing work of embedding care experience as a protected characteristic, and that council extends its wholehearted thanks to the young people of our care council. Chair, I'm happy to take questions. I may have to respond formally in writing as due to sickness, I am limited in offer support today. Chair, council, thank you for your time.
Can I go to Heather?
Sorry for the little one coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. In Lee's absence, I've been asked to propose, and I have absolutely no problem with proposing this report. There's just a couple of things I wanted to amplify or lead on from what Lee has already said. I think first, I'm so pleased he thanked everybody, staff and members, for their continued involvement. I'd really like to thank the people who put together the report as well. I'm sure you've seen this report. It's very full and it's very comprehensive. It takes a very good view backwards, and it also sets out what we're going to be doing going forwards. Lee has said, and I'm going to say it again, I'll say every opportunity I have, everybody in this room can be a member of the corporate parenting board, but everybody in here is a corporate parent, and that it doesn't matter what colour or stripe or belief you are, you all have this role to play. And I think actually this report helps you to see what that is and what we're doing in all of your names, if you like, on the board. So I think that's really important. Certainly, it's worth looking on the report at pages 345 and 346, which reminds us of the 7 principles of corporate parenting. So again, just a little push for that, because it's all of our jobs. But the other thank you I wanted to give before I shut up and let anyone come in with questions for Lee is I do want to thank Jane Locke for her sterling service as chair. She has decided to step down, but she's been absolutely marvellous in the last couple of years, and it's been a pleasure to work with her. So I just wanted to thank her for that work while I was here and in the room. But I'm happy to open up for any questions.
Right, okay. I've just had a message saying Andy Hadley would like to second the.
I thought you were going to be short of a seconder, and I know Andy is quite keen to second if you'd like to. It's a cross-party thing again.
I'm quite happy to defer if Andy wants to second it.
That's fine. So would you like to speak, Andy?
Thank you. I'm happy to second this, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Lee? Yes, you haven't got away with it, Lee.
Good try, Lee. I think I need a written response. So in the report, I think it's the first time we've had all those dashboard figures. I think that's something new. There were just a couple of concerns for me. One was around the high levels of NEAT figures. And the second one was the number that we're placing outside of county. Really happy to have something offline with somebody, but they just stood out for me in the report, and I'd love to know and understand a little bit more.
Mandy, thank you for the question. You've highlighted 2 of the issues that were also important to the board. It's a regular point and that's some of the reason why we've tried to include dashboards in all of our corporate parenting reports, and they're updated regularly. What I will say is that the NEATs is the responsibility of at least one of our task groups, although lots of them are looked over. And as far as the other points, what I can do, I know that Claire Winter, our Director of Children's Services, is on board if she wants to come up. But Mandy, I think it'll be better if what I can do is I'll take some information from our previous dashboards and build on them and give you a written response, if that's acceptable.
Thank you. I'd really welcome it actually if someone could come along to a group meeting, because I know there's a level of concern among a few. So I'll sort that out, Lee. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, if we move to the vote, it's been proposed and seconded. Show of hands, please. All those in favour of the recommendation? Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, item 12, annual report of the Armed Forces Covenant. And we go to Henry Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is no committee for the Armed Forces Partnership. You've got the report in front of you. I would like to thank Jeff Brown and Kirsty Cougar for all the work they do on behalf of the Covenant, and would ask you, the members, we have 30 places left for the Armed Forces Joint Partnership meeting here on the 23rd of October. And when I say we've got 30 places left, we have 140 people coming. I'm very happy to accept questions.
Mark Healy.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just to agree with what Henry said, he puts a lot of effort into it, and I know he's very passionate about it, as we all are on the Armed Forces Covenant. So I urge you, like Henry does, to actually read the report. It is very powerful for ex-service people, being one myself, of course. I know it's difficult if you've not been in the armed forces to get the gravitas, but I think it's most important that we look after our ex-armed forces people, because they are on the street. They do require help, and I think it's only right and proper. And I know this council does support it, and I thank them for that. So well done, Henry.
Lucy Trimlow.
Thank you. Yeah, I fully support the proposal to strengthen the commitment by this council to deliver its statutory duty, and welcome the implementation of our officer champions, which will come within the council to ensure the armed forces community are a key consideration in the work that we do as a council. I'm really interested in the training programmes on the learning platform, and I'd urge members to take a look at these, particularly the Guide to the Armed Forces Covenant and the statutory duty, as all of us will represent people from the armed forces community within our divisions. We're a county with deep links to the armed forces, so I'm pleased to see the progress that's been made on our hubs, particularly the nomination of this facility by the Health Service Journal, and wish those involved success in these awards. The development of the outreach hubs to enable greater accessibility in Yeovil and Bridgewater is a positive step. And of course, our Armed Forces Conference next month will be a great opportunity to learn more about the charities and the organisations which provide further support to our veterans, families, reservists, serving members, and trust that the work that's being done will ensure the commitment and sacrifices made by those in the Armed Forces community are our commitment to their well-being.
Thank you. If you've got nothing further to add, Henry, then we're asked to note the report. Okay, right. We'll move on now to the annual report of scrutiny committees. And again, we'll do a trip around those committees. Lee, are you still there? Obviously.
Yes, Chair. My finger couldn't move fast enough to get to the button. Yes, thank you, Chair. I commend the report to council, but it's important to take the opportunity with the changes to council and staff leaving us. I just wanted to make a special shout out to Fiona Abbott, my clerk, who will be leaving council. I just want to formally thank her for her service. I think she's got one more meeting left, but without her, she's helped me hold things together and keep going forward. The report is as it's read, Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions should they have any.
Any questions for Lee? No, we'll move on then to the next one, which is Martin Dimmery.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to present this report to full council. It's a very brief report, doesn't really cover the ground. We've been discussing a number of issues, particularly ongoing debate over water quality in Somerset. I'd like to thank the Vice Chair, Henry Hobhouse, for putting in so much time into that. Many outcome trackers. Connecting Devon and Somerset is another, and the Vision for Somerset, two other issues that we've spent a lot of time on. And lightly, I'd like to thank the officers in particular who've served this committee, and those that we're losing, Kirsty Larkins and Mickey Green, who've been terrific over the time I've been running it. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? If not, we will move on to Gwyl Wren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You will see that the report says it covers meetings since July 24. However, in the purposes of the report, it says it's meetings up to the 26th of August. Our August meeting was cancelled through lack of business, and our last meeting was on the 10th of September, which is why there are no details of the Scrutiny for Communities Committee in the report, but they will have plenty to report on the next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Gwyl? No, we move on to Bob Filmer.
Thank you, Chair. Also happy to present a report that's 4 members. Again, thanks to members, those who've substituted and joined us, because there's been quite a few that have contributed to our discussions. I'll also thank Henry Hobhouse, who's Vice Chair he's double hatting with all these Vice Chairs, but thank you for your support, Henry. And again, as other members have said, there are officers who are on our team who are no longer going to be with the council. So again, thanks to them and a welcome to those who are joining us. Just a reminder that full minutes can be seen online if members wish to. And also just a quick reminder again, there is a joint workshop between ourselves and an audit looking at the transformation programme. So just a reminder to members that's coming up next week.
Thank you. Any questions for Bob? No? Right. I know Jill is not here. Who's the Vice Chair on her committee?
Well, as of a few moments ago, Claire Sully.
Right.
It may not be fair.
No, that's in that case. Then I think we'll obviously leave it, and it will come to the council again next time. Moving on to item 14 on the agenda, which is the annual report of the lead member for Communities, Housing and Culture, FED.
Thanks, Mike, and
I'm here today just to present my annual report, and what a year it's been. Firstly, I want to thank the whole teams that have been involved within the Community Directorate, because we balanced business as usual, bringing services together across what were previously the districts and different county services, and looked to provide cohesion throughout them. Worked alongside colleagues across the council to deal with the financial emergency, and also undertaken devolution of both services and assets. The Directorate has a huge breadth of services, as you can see in my report today, spread across the 4 current service directors. And I'll just give an update on what my personal highlights or things to look at across those 4. So when it comes to culture, my personal highlights are publishing the cultural strategy, which demonstrates our commitment as a council, despite our challenges, to promote and be a voice and voice the role that culture has within our communities, and understand the role that it plays is in making up the rich fabric of Somerset. Our support to culture and heritage venues and the activities within our asset portfolios, including the work that the MPO in South Somerset has done, has been really good to watch this year. I chair the MPO in South Somerset, and they are doing some great things in relation to promoting not just jobs sector, but also supporting health and wellbeing activities across that area. Finally, bringing Knife Angel to Somerset was a huge achievement, and I'm really proud that we managed to do that as a council. It shows how arts and culture can encourage discussions on current issues, and demonstrated how when we work in partnership, we can achieve great things, because it was thanks to us, the local charities involved and the town council, that we managed to deliver that hard-hitting message, but much needed, to educate young people and their families. When it comes to operations and regulation teams, the Ops and Regs teams do an incredible job at supporting our residents, and on so many occasions only interact when something is amiss. However, they are just a constant there at providing support to our residents and ensuring our county people in our county are safe and this is clean, among the many different services that they look to offer. You will see in the report a variety of updates, but I'll focus on some numbers that kind of drew their attention to me. Over 3,000 marriages were conducted over this time period, and we welcomed 363 new British citizens to our county. We did 3,000 food hygiene inspections. One that wasn't in the report, but I have pulled out today, is the £640,000 fine for a food hygiene offence that has led to us next month speaking at a National Pest Control Conference. Never thought that I would be invited to a National Pest Control Conference to talk about that, but it is there next month where I'll be attending. Alongside this, the excellent work that those teams have done in relation to devolution and the support that they've received from our towns, city and parishes have also been really excellent to see. You know, we've progressed the Bridgewater Town deal, we've done, the Bridgewater devolution deal alongside that with the Yeovil Town Council, and we've also brought together town, city and parish councils to fund the CCTV service, because we knew how much that was valued by our residents. When we look at customer service in the report, you can see just how busy our customer service team are, and the numbers really demonstrate that. We have 686,000 calls over that time period, with an 85% satisfaction rate. We do 1.2 million interactions, whether that's via the phone, email, social media, and that just demonstrates the busyness of the service. We have, however, seen a change in that service over the past year with the closure of the county hall reception, but we do now have 32 customer access points, and the launch of VAL, which I know some of you have seen. I know the Minehead councillors have had a demonstration of the VAL, where you can talk face to face with our customer service advisors. I also recently visited our Lifeline service that particularly operates previously in the west and the north, and that Lifeline service, I'd encourage you all just to go online and find out some more about that. We want to roll it out further across the other areas, but actually if you look at what it does for some of our most vulnerable residents at keeping them in their home and taking over 300,000 calls and answering 95% of them within 60 seconds, can you imagine if you phoned some private organisations and they answered the phone that quickly to you? You'd be very pleased. When it comes to housing, the housing service over the past 12 months have covered a wide remit within the Communities Directorate, whether that's with our council housing stock ran through the different models, but also the fact that we have our general fund services supporting some of our most vulnerable in our communities, whether that's the displaced persons, whether that's our rough sleepers, and also providing support through Home Finder through the housing options service. Again, I looked at that numbers when it comes to this. And that really does show the challenges in particular that we face here in Somerset and what I like to determine as a housing crisis. We've got 11,000 individuals on our Home Finder. We have 130 individuals bidding on every property that we put on there. We have 297 people in temporary accommodation in August, and we're currently spending over £3 million on bed and breakfast accommodation. On a positive note, however, we have welcomed many individuals into the county through our displaced persons pathways. And I want to take my hat off to all the communities and that service because it shows just how welcoming Somerset can be. Somerset Independence Plus have continued to support over 200 individuals through the disabled fertility grants, and they've undertaken a variety of retrofitting to improve energy efficiency. And that really links back to that motion that we carried earlier on today. We've also delivered over 66 new homes within our social housing stock, which aids addressing the housing crisis I mentioned earlier. And I hope as we move forward, and I work alongside Councillor Sarah Wakefield, we will look to work with our MPs to hold our new government to account, to support and request help, to challenge them, to give help to those when it comes to the housing crisis and just those figures I mentioned earlier. Finally, I'll end on a huge thanks to Chris Hall, our 4 service directors and all of their teams who have worked so hard over the past year just to keep that service going through business as usual, to look after devolution, but also to tackle the financial emergency.
Thank you, Ben. I'm going to take questions now on the report, but also I will include at the end, there's 3 questions that were on the executive, but as Fed is in full flow now, I'll take them in this section. So Andy Dingwell's first.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the report. I'd echo straight away the thanks to Chris and the team. I've been shadowing the brief for a year, and it has astounded me the breadth of this one and the kind of roles that come under it, registering births and deaths and managing Glastonbury Festival. You know, extremes of the of the brief here. A lot in common, fair enough. But and there's a lot of good stuff in this report, lots of very positive things. And personally, I've enjoyed all our updates, Chris and Frederick, making sure everything's running. My focus will continue to be, just so everyone's aware, the maintenance of customer service KPIs. We're going to see an awful lot of increase in the level of people contacting the council as difficult decisions are made over the next year. I'm going to be on those KPIs. I want to make sure everything's squared away, and we see improvements in those 54%, for example, of complaints that are dealt with within the 10-day target. That needs to be much higher. So great report. Thank you very much. Thanks for the report, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Martin Dimmery.
Yes, thanks for the report. Which wish to refer to the arts issues. I note that there's been support for the Brewhouse at Taunton, and I know a question is coming up about that later on. And we mentioned the venues in Yeovil. We've talked about Bridgewater. Unfortunately, in the east of the county, we lost all funding for venues like the Merlin Theatre in Frome. I think probably for Strode Theatre in Street. And in Frome, we have a number of venues that have managed to succeed without any funding, but they all are in need of repair. They're all in need of support and help. And I'd like a reassurance that the former Mendip area of this county hasn't been forgotten in arts provision.
Beth, do you want to?
No, thank you for that question, Martin. Certainly not forgotten. We've obviously got the 5 million funding that we put in the bid for that came out through central government prior to the general election. To the best of my knowledge, we haven't heard anything yet on relation to that funding. We obviously know that government is reviewing all of its spending, but I would hope that would be positive because there are funds for the East through that mechanism.
Martin Ryle.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. On the specific item 218, the Octagon Theatre, I wonder if there is any progress or any data decision on the allocation of the 10 million grant from the DCMS, first point, and even more important, probably with the doubt on any government funding, is there a plan B should this 10 million grant not be forthcoming? That's the first 2 points. And the other point on point 2.21, the music hub, I note that in there it says that with success by getting the Art Council, and well done on that. But it seems to imply that this will be taking place in the Octagon Theatre from September 24. I presume you mean Westlands with that, but the report is a bit misleading because obviously it won't be in the Octagon. Thank you.
Ed?
Yet, so in relation to those questions, no timeline have been offered at the moment from the DCMS in relation to that £10 million. We still are working both with Arts Council and DCMS in relation to that, working to their timetables to submit the different requests that they need. For the Dorset and Somerset Music Hub, yes, it's between both councils, and we do meet, well, in relation to the MPO, we meet at Westlands. It is attached to the Octagon, but we won't be meeting at the Octagon at present, where that is clearly needing renovation. We don't have a funded plan B in relation to the Octagon. Going back to the second part of that question, we would have to come back with a different approach.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Val Keach.
Thank you, Chair. It's really a point of clarification for me. It's on item 2.15. I now can't find it. There's something about you have secured 3 funding deals for Shepton Mallet, Priorswood and Ilminster. Is this new funding deals? Because as far as I'm aware, the funding deal for Ilminster has been in place for at least 5 years. So is it just an extension of the existing funding that it possibly is 6 years that we put in a funding deal from Ilminster Town Council? And as a member of that council, I'm not aware that we've changed it.
Ed?
I can get a written response for you, Val, but my understanding is that those are just clearly outlining that we do have those deals with those parish and town councils to support those services. We recently did one in relation to with Taunton Town Council for Priorswood Library, and we're constantly looking to work with town, city and parishes about supporting library services, because we know how much they're valued in those local communities and they help give an increased offering. But I'll get a written response exactly for you.
Thanks.
There you go.
Thanks, Chairman. When looking through the document, I just noticed there was actually very little mention of Bridgewater, which isn't a criticism. The only mention was around the asylum and port services. I just want everyone to be aware, no doubt you know, that Bridgewater is a hub for arts and culture in Somerset. Part of that £23.2 million town deal funding has gone towards the Bridgewater Arts Centre. It's gone towards Bridgewater Town Hall, the theatre, which is brilliant. We've currently got the National Gallery in Bridgewater doing a tour, which is fantastic. And finally, just a shout out and something for your diaries. Thanks to that town hall funding again, the UK debut of Luke Jerram's latest creation, The Fallen Moon, is coming to Bridgewater Docks from Monday, October the 14th. So I just want to say that Bridgewater is very much part of that arts and culture offering of Somerset.
Thank you. Tony Lott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It's following on from Councillor Wells' sort of comments and questions. I understand about the Octagon in the Westlands and the use of transferring the services over from one to the other while it's ongoing. But I would like an answer on the outstanding grant, which is coming through, and I believe it's the 9-point-something million, if I'm correct. You call it 10 if you want around it. But when you are expecting to have news on that, well, basically, I want a timetable, really, of when you are expected to know that. And because we're asked many questions and we can't proceed any further, especially from a local issue with the Octagon Theatre, and until we've got those answers. So that is one. And if you haven't got the answer in the top of your with you there today, a written answer will be suffice. And perhaps you could let me know when I could expect that written answer also.
I don't think I need to provide a written answer, Tony. I can say the fact that we do not have a timetable at the moment, not because we don't want one. We keep pushing for one with DCMS. However, we are waiting on central government and government departments in order to stipulate in relation to that grant. As soon as I have an update, I will make it very clear to everybody, and I can send that out to all councillors once known. But at the moment, it's very much in central government's giving.
Thank you very much.
If I can just add to that, as chair of the Octagon Project Board, the money at the moment is lodged with the Arts Council. So it's actually there, so they have to.
I'm really sorry.
Could I come back?
I'm really
then?
sorry to have to correct you on that one. It's still with DCMS. It is not with the Arts Council. I did check that because I was really hoping it was with the Arts Council Southwest. So we do need now to kind of regroup, get an answer, as Councillor Smith-Roberts has already suggested. We need an answer from DCMS of when they need the outline business case. As the lead member for resources, you'll understand that I'm concerned about how much money we spend in advance of being able to present the outline business case, because what we obviously don't want to do is spend capital funds over and above what is necessary at this stage. So I'm working with Councillor Smith-Roberts. We have handover from one officer to another. We're working really closely with the Arts Council, and I hope Councillor Smith-Roberts forgives me for treading on her toes occasionally when anything is about the arts, because I care just as much as she does.
Okay, thanks. Who we on? Oh, Tom Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to just thank Federica and the team, Chris and the team, for all the amazing work over what's been a challenging year. So thank you for all the energy that's continued throughout. And at Taunton Town Council, we were delighted to partner with Somerset Council on the Knife Angel in Taunton, which I think was a really powerful exhibition, and hopefully lots of people around this room were able to see it when it was in place. I just wanted to touch very quickly on devolution, if that's okay. Obviously, at Taunton Town Council, we've had a good relationship with Somerset Council so far in terms of being able to develop things like CCTV and the Visitor Information Centre and other bits and pieces, which has been wonderful. Can I just make a request that, whilst I know that staffing is tight in your directorate area, that energy is still put into devolution as we move forward? I note that Yeovil were able to achieve, and I quote, a rapid and ambitious devolution programme. And I know in Taunton Town Council, the appetite is also there, and ensuring that the benefit of the devolution package ultimately serves residents, but also doesn't just simply hand over a financial burden, make sure it's a balanced package so that both partners get what they want, which is a better delivery of services for our residents.
Thank you. Adam Dance.
Yeah, just to say thank you very much for this, Fed, and thanks to Liz for her comments. I'm happy to support you both as much as I can in government to get this over the line. So please do work with me. And I'm sure my other colleagues here in the room would be supportive of trying to put pressure on government to get this moving.
Thank you. Faye Purbrick.
Thank you. I wasn't going to go down the Octagon rabbit hole, but seeing as we seem to be quite a long way down already, just to join in. The fact that there's no timetable is, I know, not your fault, Fed, or anybody within this council. But what strikes me is we're approaching winter. The building is empty. It's not being used. What contingency budget have we got to make sure that nothing is happening in the Octagon, or if something does happen in the Octagon, that is going to cause further damage and additional costs? Because not everything that can happen to a building like that while it's closed up will be covered by insurance, which I presume we are insured to the hilt, knowing some of the things that happen in Yeovil to empty buildings. Thank you.
I'll get a full written response so we can see what we're looking to do this winter. I know in the past that we've done some work, I want to say, like dehumidifying to make sure that it is staying dry, but I will get a full written answer for you, Faye, and get that shared.
Right, I think we now go back to David, which is the first of the written questions.
Thank you very much indeed, Fred. And as I was fascinated by all the questions that were going on there, so my apologies. So I speak as a local member for the Taunton area, and there is widespread concern in the county town about the lack of support, or apparent lack of support, from the council for the Brewhouse Theatre, which is absolutely critical to the town in terms of arts and entertainment. So my questions to you are, given the extensive support that has now been extended to Bridgewater Arts Centre and the Octagon Theatre in Yeovil, can the executive member please confirm what future support is planned for the Brewhouse in Taunton? And also, can you also confirm that the future of the theatre and its environs will be secured by a fully funded asset transfer to the Taunton Town Council? And please, can you give a target date when that will be achieved?
Ed.
Thank you. Just for clarity, just so we look at the support that has been given both for the Octagon in Yeovil, that is in relation to that 10 million grant that's coming from central government. There's some money, large particular amount coming from Yeovil Town Council of just over 3 million, subject to their decision making, and then the additional money was from previously money spent from this council or predecessors. When it comes to Bridgewater, the money that has been supported, as Diego mentions, comes from the Bridgewater Town deal. So again, central government money that is flowing through Somerset Council. And I just want to clarify that, just so in relation when it comes to the support that we give, our cultural budget is very tiny, it's very small, it's a very small team. And actually it's about us being able to facilitate, like I said, with the cultural strategy, the support that we can give to organisations. So when it comes to the Brewhouse, we have sadly had to cut their grant into this year's budget, and then it's being finished or stopping as of next year's budget. But actually, in working with Taunton Theatre Association, that was a phased engagement with them. They are doing exceptionally well. I hope that many of us can go and watch Pinocchio, which is their Christmas offering that they're putting on this year there, and they're doing great things to support the public through their warm welcome spaces and the different initiatives that they have. So for us as a council, we're working with them as the landlord of that building and looking to support them through those different channels. When it comes to be working with what does that future look like, we are in discussions both with the Theatre Association and with Taunton Town Council, particularly Councillor Deacon sat behind me there, regarding the future of the lease and then the transfer of the asset. We've not yet made any formal decisions and we're in negotiations, but as they progress, I'm more than happy for us to update council.
Thank you. We go on to your second question, David.
Thank you very much. You'll know that I come to the executive regularly and ask questions about housing for a very important reason I'll come to in a moment. But my question is particularly relating to 5-year electrical safety certificates. And following my question at the executive meeting on the lack of 5-year electrical safety certificates, it was reported in a publication, Somerset Confidential, that the council has confirmed that 378 homes did not have the legal certificate. In the article, a council spokesman is quoted as saying, whilst we cannot demonstrate 100% compliance with certification at this time, we do not let properties that are unsafe. This was taken within the article to indicate that 378 homes without certificates are not currently let. Please can you confirm that this is the case? Are all properties without a 5-year certificate unoccupied? And if not, how many are occupied? And can the council please confirm when 100% certification will be in place? My personal interest in this is, despite what most people on the other side think, I'm not a posh Tory. I was born and brought up in a council house. A very good friend of mine nearly died when their council house was burnt down because of an electrical fault from North Kesteven District Council. I hope that we're never in that position, and I would want everybody to be safe that lives in our homes.
So just in relation to our electrical safety certificates, which is in our council housing stock, both across the in-house service and homes in Sedgemoor. The latest figures that I've been given is that we've got 214 homes without certification in the in-house service, and there's 32 homes within the homes in Sedgemoor service. So they're just now under what was previously reported in the Somerset Confidential. So with just under 10,000 homes managed by us, there is a continuous programme of inspections and remedial works that we need to take place. Both of different landlord models have had issues with hard to access properties for inspection. However, when we do inspect, any urgent safety critical works are undertaken. We currently, and do not evict tenants for failure to grant access, and where access is granted, the inspection is undertaken and any remedial works are completed. We would not provide any new lets without one of those certifications in place, and prior to a new let there would be a void period where we have access to the property for that inspection and any other works that takes place. So we therefore do not let properties that are unsafe. As mentioned, the key to achieving 100% compliance is obtaining access from our tenants. We have a process in place whereby the tenants are contacted by multiple methods, whether that's by a letter or by phones by our contractor, and that does work well in the majority of cases. But where this is unsuccessful, contact responsibility reverts to ourselves, and we again contact by letter again, phone, and we do door knocking. The in-house team have steadily increased resources to undertake that work, but there is still a proportion of tenants who are still refusing to engage with us. For the avoidance of doubt, we've contacted all of those outstanding properties, many of which on several occasions. There is sufficient contractor resource available to promptly undertake any inspections together with any of the work that's needed to be done. If access was available to all of those properties, we could get 100% compliance within approximately 3 months. Whilst we've been working with our tenancy management colleagues, we've now included a specific action to review the no certificate property list with the tenancy team to again prioritise those, and will take legal action if required. However, it is not our preferred route. We would prefer it that tenants engage with us. Finally, just to provide some context, we regularly benchmark our performance against our peer group via our membership of Housemark. And in relation to July, similar organisations where they've got properties under 10,000 are anywhere between 99% to a median of 98%, or in quarter 3, 93.8%. So I hope that gives you some satisfaction. But again, we would love to have 100% compliance and need to work out how we get there through that process where tenants don't want to engage.
Thank you, and hope you don't mind me keep asking those questions.
Right, as we finish the list, but Mark, you've put your hand up. Just one more before we move on.
Yes, thank you for that, Chairman, and thank you for the answer by the executive member. And thank you for David for asking the question. I was actually in the executive when David did ask the question. As a private sector landlord, you know where I'm going to come with this, Fred, don't you? Is the fact that if I didn't comply totally, I would be by the council taken to court and actually done, want for a better word, done for it. So I find it remarkable, and I gather, you know, the fact we've reduced the from 300 and something down to 200 and something. But don't we find it unacceptable that we're trying to gain access into people's houses, etc. As David pointed out quite rightly so, a friend of his almost got killed. Gas is a really important subject. I find it remarkable, with the greatest respect, that we're taking it so casually, the fact we can't get in the house, so we'll just keep knocking on the door. Actually, no, the tenant has a duty of care as well to let said operatives in. Now, I know you said last time that the contractors, are short of gas safety people. But my argument is that if I was employing somebody, I'd say I don't care whether you've got a problem, set more people on. So I'm trying not to be a bigot over all this, but I just find it remarkable that I would get done in 30 seconds flat, and the council can go on for, did you say 3 months or longer? Thank you.
So just to clarify, I hope I haven't come across that we're taking it casually. From my point of view, we are looking to do all that we can to gain access. We're working with tenants, we're dealing with lots of different complex cases and individuals. We try our contractor will try multiple different methods of looking to engage with individuals, and then we will then take over to look to gain access. I've talked about the legal routes that we can take. Again, that is a complex route to take. We will do, we've got to wait for the legal process to go through, and we are dealing with many different people and different vulnerabilities, but we've got no shortage of resource. If we can gain access, we will look to do the work, but please do keep raising it and hold us to account.
Thank you, Chairman. Just on that, if you don't mind me asking this, it's not a trick question, far from it. When a tenant signs up, then they obviously sign a legal contract with the said council. In this, it could be Homes in Sedgemoor, it could be somebody else. In that contract, does it state that they've got to allow access to the contracts to get in to do these both electrical and gas safety certificates?
I'm going to get the written answer for you. I'm going to say that it would do, but I haven't read them in depth.
Okay, Michael Dunk, is this on this subject?
Yes, it is. I'd like to thank the portfolio holder for her quite detailed report. I just got a couple of things that come to mind. The complaints over the year have gone up, from 804 to 4,020. I think it might be interesting to know what the nature of these complaints are in some sort of précis form, just to get a handle on that. And secondly, the average, you mentioned the since vesting day, you've had 686,388 calls to the switchboard, and the average handling time is I think it was 12 minutes or something, I don't know. But is that the time that the call took to answer, or is it the actual time you sort of mean that not the time that the call was taken up to answer, but the time before you were answered? Perhaps you could clarify that.
So handling time is the amount of time that you spend on the call with the individual rather than the call wait time, which is the time it takes us to answer. So yeah, the average call is, I think, 10 minutes, I think it says within there. In relation to complaints, I believe that one of the scrutiny committees wanted to look at complaints, but just to bear in mind that whilst my report gives the detail of how many we've dealt with, the actual complaints are for the services across the whole council, so it'll be for all the different departments. But I think it would be good, and I can double check forward plans or work with Democratic Services to check forward plans, to have maybe an analysis of actually the complaints across the whole council, so that you can dig into that detail and see why they've gone up and whether they're upheld or not upheld.
Could I also just push you on the call handling waiting time, because I think with the winter coming on and people perhaps being concerned about their if they can afford their council tax or their fuel bills, could we have some idea of what the waiting time is on the line? Because I think it's very important that people don't get discouraged from hanging on and lose a heart, to be perfectly honest.
I think this also links in slightly to Councillor Slocum's question. I don't have the exact figure, I believe, when it comes to what is our average wait time to get through to us. What I will say is that we are looking at trying to, and I think I've mentioned this in a previous full council meeting, do what's called channel shift. So where it is possible to self-serve online, so when it comes to things such as reported waste collections, we are purposefully making people wait longer to log that if they're calling in relating to a missed waste collection. Because for those that can do, and where the service is really slick and good at reporting, which in my personal opinion, reporting a missed bin is able to do it so well, we want people to log it online. So we will make people wait a minimum of 3 minutes on that line. When it comes to the wider piece of what does customer service look like in the future, I do think, and I think Councillor Dingwall mentioned this, it will be impacted as we go through the many changes that we go through as a council moving forward as to what does our structure look like, because we will have less people to work with across the whole business, and that will impact on the demand. So for those that can do, like I do, and can self-serve online, try to do that where possible, so it frees up the phone lines and less of a wait time for those that genuinely need to come through.
I think we just must bear in mind that vulnerable people probably not all be on a computer or a phone. Thank you.
John.
All right. I won't shout, can you hear me again? Otherwise, having raptures of laughter. I have some knowledge of electrical testing. And of course, we have one of the safest protocols of electrical systems in the world. But very often where the danger comes from is what's plugged into that system whether it be a tumble dryer or it be an e-bike or it be some vaping equipment. And that's very often where the danger comes from. So I was just wondering if we can concentrate on that as well as the very important part about electrical safety.
So I want to say my understanding is, but again, I may see if Chris needs to correct me at all. We don't test appliances. It's not PAT testing when it talks about the electrical safety. It's about the electrics, in my world, inside the walls and how they get into the house. But it's not the actual appliances.
Right, I'm just going to take this, Jill is not here, but just could you answer the question that's written? And then we'll move on, because I think we'll be here forever with Fed. Can you do Jill's question first, please?
Yep. So, Jill, you've asked a question in relation to the customer service and in relation to wanting to get through to us. So I'd like to give assurance to Councillor Slocum that Councillor Services work hard to deliver a good service to customers and ensure inclusivity. And because in your question, you mentioned around equalities, and we do that to those 1.2 million contacts that I mentioned earlier that we deal with each year. Our customer service team do passionately care about the people they serve. They give advice, information and support. And this is reflected again in that customer satisfaction rating that I gave earlier of almost 85%. And that was over 1,200 customers that told us that they were happy with the way that they had been treated and the outcomes achieved. It is true that some days customers wait longer than we would like, but it is a demand-led service and we try very hard during peak times to ensure that we have more advisors available to resolve those customer queries at the first point of contact. So that's really important. So the customer service team do try and deal with the question that's presented to them there and then, rather than pass them back through to the different services that are behind them, so that they do not get passed around within the council, or they have to tell their story more than once, because a lot of people do want it dealt with there and then. In July 2024, we managed to resolve 81% of calls without having to pass them on. So at that first touch, that first contact, and that we will continue to work with the services to prevent failure demand. That is where advisors pass customers through to a service such as adult social care, children's services, housing or planning for professional or technical support. Customers also have the option to visit one of us in our face-to-face contact points or use our contact us form on the website. The service is also contributing to the financial emergency and delivery of what we call the digital strategy for Somerset Council by actively encouraging, like I said earlier, those customers who can do it for themselves to do so. Over recent months, we've been asking and supporting those waste services, like I mentioned again earlier in my individual response, to make their payment or report a missed bin collection for themselves online. And those online transactions have gone from 71% in November 23 to over 88% in May 2024. Importantly, that channel shift means, as I alluded to, that advisors can spend less time on calls where they add little value, where people can self-serve, and to helping those that are unable to do it online. Currently, we're also promoting that virtual assistant link in a number of our partnership locations.
Thank you, Fed. Hugh, I'm going to take you and then move on as you.
That's very kind, Chair. Thank you. Please, I'm really disappointed to hear the information that's being relayed from our friends across the moor there. 2 years ago, I challenged this problem with council houses and not being able to get access. So how many people living on those sites now are the same people that had the problems that you couldn't get in? Because it seems that there's more now than what there was there 2 years ago. And you're still the same landlords. So what's going wrong? Your officer gave the story like no access, you can't get in. But a knock on the door from Mr. Policeman would surely get you in. So I think the danger for the people that we're supposed to be looking after, you're just passing it over. You're not giving the facts. The facts are you haven't sorted it out.
I'd slightly disagree that we're not trying to sort it out. I can get figures to look at those comparisons. It's certainly less than it was previously 2 years ago, but we'll get a written response in relation, because it can be for a variety of reasons, and it may not be the same properties. There can be lots of complex reasons as to why people don't give us access. And as I've alluded to before, we have got a process that we're working on and implementing.
Okay, Mandy, was this on the last issue or is this something new?
It's on the paper. Is that all right? Be very quick. About complaints, and for me, complaints are real markers to health of an organisation. So on page 434, we've got complaints over the year has tripled from 804 to 4,020. I make that not tripled, but that's 5 times, and that's gone up in 1 year. To me, that's a real red flag. So we've also got, I've got a number of residents that have had complaints that have never been responded to. And they've been ongoing for months and months. So, so my first question is, in the event that it goes outside of the 10 and 20 days, what advice should we then be giving to residents? And secondly, with councillors and the issues they're raising, whilst there's a laid down complaints process with timescales, what we haven't got is something similar with councillors. And I know a lot are writing letters at the moment, and I understand everybody's busy, but I'm getting into the situation where I'm writing something 10 days later, I'm chasing, 10 days I'm chasing. And the problem isn't going away. So the challenge for me is I don't want to take up officers' time and fill up inboxes, but similar, if you're not getting a response and it's something that's important, you'll keep going with it. So I suppose for me it'd be nice to see something laid down as to what councillors can expect, as well as what the public can expect.
Fed, you want to reply?
I'll just reiterate again, because I know that I think this will need to be taken offline and for a written response. Partly because whilst I report on the figures, it all doesn't completely sit under me when it comes to how the different services work. I do think that there is something for scrutiny to investigate around complaints. I'm not sure which one. I'll take someone else's guidance on that one as to where that is best to go. But I think it's around analysing what it is that people are unhappy about and looking at those trends. When it comes to councillors, again, I'll have a think and come back to you and work with officers as to how we can make that work.
Thank you. It's just about saving time and having a process, really. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Fed. That completes your section. We're asked to note the report. So we move on to item 15, which is key decisions taken since the last council meeting. Bill.
Thank you, Chair. The report before you lists 26 key decisions made between the 5th of July and the 13th of September. They are from note, but happy to take any questions and answer them if I can, or pass them on if I must.
Questions for Bill? Oh, okay, right. Okay, we move on to item 16, which is questions for councillors on the executive. Councillor Rigby has moved, but he seems to have taken his fan base with him. So we have a few. So we start off with Councillor Mark Healy.
Thank you, Chairman. If I may, I'll just read this out again because I'm sure everybody's read it, but I'll do it anyway. It appears that the council has resource issues regarding the amount of plans we have, the effect of the public and businesses alike regarding the delivery of new and affordable housing. The council needs to understand that the length of time gaining permission in some cases taking literally years to achieve, let alone the increased burden of ever-increasing cost to the developer and the public alike. This is a knock-on effect. I've read the document regarding the planning and transport issues. It's a concentrate on the planning, which appears to be aspirational. One of my questions is, how do you intend to deliver what's within the said document when there's little or no money available? And also, I've put a footnote. It saddens me that the most complaints I'm getting all of a sudden is about planning, which I'm sure fellow colleagues must be getting as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank Councillor Healy for the question? This is a big issue, and it's my top priority in my new role. It's fair to say that across the country, local authorities, including Somerset Council, are facing capacity challenges in delivering their planning functions and in recruiting and retaining planners and other specialist professionals that are important to planning. Somerset Council is indeed facing these challenges, and it is important that we do all we can to address this. I'm pleased to say that this is recognised as a corporate priority and that the Chief Executive has established and chairs a planning stability board to manage these issues. Senior officers are working closely with HR to address our recruitment challenges and our retention challenges as well, and have facilitated a senior management service restructure. Operationally, the planning service is working to reduce the backlog of planning applications and putting in measures to stabilise the service. As part of this work, we're introducing a piece of software in order to extract management information in a consistent way from across the 6 IT systems that we still have. And it's again, part of this work is a big priority is to try and bring together in a new system all of those disparate planning support systems that we have across the existing council. Once we've got that in place, it'll enable a better understanding of the work in progress and where it is stuck, and develop further measures to ensure there is transparency and that resources appropriately allocated. There are also specific approaches being put in place to manage and reduce work on hand, which is now just starting to show improvements. So thanks very much again, Councillor Healy. We're very aware of the fact that our county, we've got to get better at how that's delivered as a service, but we're aware of the issue. We've got measures in place, and I'm determined to make sure that we come good on those promises. Thank you.
Can we go to Lee Redmond next, please? Are you there, Lee?
Just letting the fingers catch up, Chair. Thank you. Chair, I won't read the full question, but I want to make a couple of comments in relation to it. It's been known for some time that EDF have been breaching the previously agreed uplifted workforce numbers on site. Originally, the limit was 5,600 set by the DCO and had attached financial penalties should they breach this, with financial payments being due if the number of staff exceeds limits in specific areas. The monitoring is done by, or was done by, Hinkley themselves, in effect marking their own test sheets. The limits were put in place to ensure EDFE encourage a fair spread of their staff across all areas, limiting concentrations in villages and towns closer to site. There was an uplift agreed that covered an increase for the number already on site, uplifting to 8,600. By the way, removing some of the penalties. For many months, there have been in the region of 11,000 or more workers on site and living in our communities. It looks like we will be asked to agree an uplift that would see more than double the original agreed number working on site. I know that things have moved on slightly since I sent the question, but let's be clear. We have been waiting for topic papers for the best part of this year. I understand that in the proposed EDF suggested timetable, finally submitted last week, that they are looking to resolve this by November. So we've been waiting some 9 months for EDF's proposals, and they are suggesting that we can turn this around with the mass of papers in 9 weeks. Unrealistic unless they step up. Chair, my questions still stand, and I won't repeat them. But can I have a written response as soon as possible, please? Thank you.
Mike, did you?
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you to Councillor Redmond for asking the very pertinent questions, and it gives me the opportunity to say a few things about this. Like you, Lee, I'm really keen to see that matters relating to workforce uplift are addressed, and that EDF work positively and proactively with the council to do that. It does appear that in recent times that the council is having to press EDF to progress this with us, and I'm not happy with that. The revised topic papers have not yet been received by the council from the developer. When they are received, the council will carry out the detailed consideration of those papers. Officers will assess topic papers in detail and work with members through the HPC monitoring group, to which all members with divisions in the HPC impact area are invited. That's to develop the council's preliminary view on a response. We'll continue to engage with members through this group throughout the uplift process, and I'm aware that that HPC run a community forum, which you and other members, Lee, attend, and that gives you a different but an additional opportunity to ask questions. And I fully accept what you say about we've been waiting a very long time for these topic papers to be delivered, and we won't be rushed. We want to do it as quickly as we can, but we won't be rushed into a response. We'll make sure that everyone has the opportunity to comment on that so that we get a full response back to EDF. The nature of any mitigation and the topic it relates to will directly affect whether it is feasible for backdating. However, it is of paramount importance that mitigations are proportionate and for an appropriate length of time. This will need to play out in the negotiations. And whilst the sentiment of the use of the word breach is understood, a technicality of the project is that the number of workers is not a control within the HPC Section 106 agreement. Therefore, they're not technically in breach of that agreement. You are correct, though, that the number of workers that the previous set of mitigations was based upon, 8,600, has been exceeded, and for some time. Thank you for acknowledging the officer's workload to manage the business as usual aspects of this complex project. The additional demands on time and resource are, of course, being felt due to the workforce uplift process, as well as the ongoing process linked to the proposed HPC application to the Secretary of State to vary their DCO. EDF have allowed flexibility in the use of funds currently held by the Council to secure appropriate staffing, and indeed have encouraged us to do so as they need our support. Further funding will be requested through the uplift process to continue this support. I think it's worth just saying that with regard to, you mentioned, Councillor Redmond, that they're effectively marking their own homework with regard to the number of staff that are on site. And to address that issue, I've asked for the source data, which I presume will be turnstile data, so that we can be absolutely sure of the numbers that are on site over the relevant period. Question 2B. This subject has been raised periodically throughout the project's lifetime. With the benefit of hindsight, the Council would have negotiated an information sharing agreement linked to the measures and controls within the Section 106. The legal agreement between EDF and the Council outlines the metrics that they will measure and report on, and that they will conduct the 6-monthly workforce survey where the majority of project information on spatial distribution is found. We're raising with EDF their reliance on this data and would like to explore how it can be triangulated with other project information sources. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, Faye.
Thank you, Chair. I know that you're looking to go, but it's just to be clear, I'd welcome a meeting with the new executive member at the earliest opportunity, please, because I think some of the points that he's raised in the question weren't necessarily, or need a bit of local knowledge to explain them a bit more.
You have a thumbs up in the room. So, okay. Right,
Thank you.
Faye.
Thank you, Chair. As a sole trader, the effects of slow payment are a known concern for me, and I welcome the government's reduced allowable payment times from 60 to 30 days for those signed up to the code, offering better protection for small businesses. And as a Somerset councillor, I welcome the Somerset Council prompt payment policy, which meant payments in 7 days for businesses with a Somerset postcode in October 2022. As Fed mentioned earlier, with Town Deal funding flowing through the council and wide agreement in the want to support Somerset businesses, as expressed in the debate around point 8 today, I hope we can address the concerns that I'm sharing on behalf of Councillor Hart, who sadly can't be with us today. The question is raised in the context of a number of tradesmen approaching their elected representatives to seek redress for the failure of payments being made to them for the works already undertaken on the Life Factory project, which forms part of the Glastonbury Town Deal suite of projects. Other brigading is currently being undertaken, and we look forward to the timely publication of the report. So Susie's question A, payments are apparently outstanding for over 6 months to tradesmen who were deliberately chosen because they were small local firms. Such small businesses simply cannot remain in business without payment, and we ask therefore on their behalf, when can all outstanding payments be expected to be finally received? Question B, the last published minutes of the Town Council Board refer to the Life Factory as being a project of concern and state that the outcome would be at best a watertight shell. Now, given that the scaffolding is currently being removed and the timber beams will as such be exposed to the elements as we move into winter, is it really likely that even this minimal outcome can be achieved?
And question C, furthermore, at present, 74% of the £3 million allocated to this project has already been spent, only to result in a roofless structure. In all honesty, has there been any consideration of the veracity of the entire schemes in terms of the value for public money spent? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Councillor Purbrick for asking the question. I'm sorry that Councillor Hart can't be here to ask it herself. The Life Factory project is one of 10 projects in the Glastonbury Town Deal programme. A grant funding agreement is in place between Somerset Council, as the accountable body, and the Red Brick Building as the grant recipient. Under the terms of the GFA, it is the RBB that is responsible for the Life Factory, the Red Brick Building that is, including the delivery of the capital works, paying creditors and raising match funding as required. Somerset Council identified the Life Factory as a project of concern in January 2024 and paused grant payments because of concerns about its financial management. The decision was made in accordance with the terms of the GFA shortly after the Red Brick Building Board paused the project itself. The GTD board has been kept informed throughout 2024 and it has been discussed at all its 2024 meetings. To date, RBB has drawn down 74% of the town's fund grant allocated to the Life Factory project. This includes a part claim in May 2024 for the wages of 2 apprentices and ensures essential health and safety works were legally compliant at the project site. Somerset Council has been working closely with the RBB since January 24 to resolve this matter and find a positive way forward. Earlier this year, the focus was on reviewing the project and formulating a rescue plan. During this time, the Life Factory project team was told not to incur further costs until the way forward was agreed. However, contractors continued to work at risk. In spring 24, the RBB board took on a new accountancy firm whose first task was to rework their accounting records. This was a huge task that took over 3 months to complete. It became clear that South West Audit Partnership involvement was absolutely necessary and an audit was required. The purpose of the audit has been to assess whether there are sound governance arrangements and financial controls in place for this project, including checking if the project is compliant with relevant legislation and regulations. The audit started in mid-June this year and a report is imminent. It is noted that the time taken to do the audit reflects the complexity of the project, its governance arrangements and financial management. Currently, the Council is working with professionals who are checking if capital works done to date are to the right standard and represent value for money. This necessary work is nearly complete and is happening in parallel with the swap audit. The priority is to pay existing creditors from the Life Factory's remaining Towns Fund grant, subject to swap audit outcomes. RBB's aim is to make Building C watertight as soon as possible because the structure is exposed to the elements. Somerset Council shares their concern and recently appointed an independent structural engineer to check if the walls and gables of Building C could support a roof and to look at the condition of the wooden roof frame. The key findings are that some gable ends need further work before they're strong enough to hold up a roof, and the wooden roof frame is okay for now but should not be left uncovered for much longer. Before the roof can go on, the Red Brick Building needs to do a few things. Firstly, they need to sign the Section 106 agreement to secure planning consent. They need to secure a BAT licence and they need to procure a roof contractor. To note, the RBB has also had significant and unexpected structural problems with Building B that resulted in closing the event space and moving out tenants, causing a loss of income in the short term. When Somerset Council structural engineer visited the site, he was able to confirm that the problem was crumbling bricks and not the work to Building C, which is the adjacent site of the Life Factory project. The Building B works to rebuild the foundations and walls are nearing completion, enabling reopening of the event space and offices. RBB's board has fundraised for the cost of this work on the foundations and pillars in Building B. By way of context, we're working with 10 projects in the Glastonbury Town Deal and 8 of them are progressing as planned. 2 town centre projects are due to complete by the end of this year. These are the Glastonbury Abbey Piazza and the Sports and Leisure Hub, which will benefit both organisations in terms of their economic and workforce development and residents and visitors in terms of their quality of life and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we are approaching the 4-hour mark where I have to propose that we continue for another 30 minutes to take in the last 6 questions. So otherwise we're going over our 4. So we 30 minutes, I think we'll take them in. So if everyone is happy with that, we'd continue with those questions and then, okay?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Yes,
I'd just like to say, some of us can't do that, and I'd like to apologise for leaving now.
okay, that's fine. If you have to leave, then you have to leave. Okay. We're here forever. Okay, can we, Diego, you're the next on the list.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My question is kind of around the same sort of subject as Councillor Mark Healy, really, on enforcement in particular. So my parish councils, Chedsey, Borget, Bridgewater Vat, Western Zoyland, they all say the same thing about enforcement, that they're fed up, frustrated, or even some of them even tell me that the council's failing on enforcement. And I'm sure, speaking to others, that my parish councils aren't unique in feeling that particular way. And so that's why I brought this particular question around Western Zoyland. Hopefully you'll be able to shed some light and give the parish council an answer. So could the council inform me, Western Zoyland Parish Council, and concerned parish residents of the progress, decisions or action relating to the parish council's request for enforcement investigations relating to 3 separate areas of Towan's Western site in Western Zoyland? The parish council first raised concerns to this council back around about the 9th of August 2023, covering areas of concern around transport, environmental impact and potential breaches of planning conditions. The parish council went on to provide further detail in December 23 and again in June, July of this year, but they're yet to see any change or adequate response. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to Councillor Rodriguez for the question. We've received a number of reports of activity on the former airfield from numerous individuals, groups and others. Some have been directed to the area enforcement team and some to the minerals and waste enforcement team. The 2 teams are working together to establish exactly what is occurring at each of the 3 sites. There's been constructive dialogue with regard to the recycling centre and regularising the current uses, and it is anticipated that a planning application will be received in the near future, which will be subject to the usual consultation processes. And it's fair to say that once that process has been completed, if, for example, the planning application were refused, then we would look again at enforcement action to deal with those issues covered by the retrospective application. Over and above that, dialogue remains ongoing with the operator about the current use of the pallet storage area and the temporary waste store, so that the authority can understand the situation and determine the best way to proceed. Now, I have to visit Western Zoyland for other reasons in the next week, so I'll go and have a bit of a look at that myself, and I'm happy to have a conversation with Councillor Rodriguez once I've done that.
Thank you. Andy Dingwell.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Rigby will probably be glad to see I'm the last on the list to ask questions. I have, however, asked him 6. So this question is regarding the ongoing use of Dean House. Following my attendance at a committee meeting a few weeks ago, I was made aware of some significant personal efforts that the Democratic Services team are making, going above and beyond their normal daily work to make sure that the JMR facility that we use is operational with the split tenancy that's currently in operation in Dean House. This includes voluntary working before shifts start on a Monday, and moving of all this PA equipment that we have in the room here on a Wednesday afternoon, often without the aid of facilities teams. And there's also a significant effort of senior leaders and other council teams moving between County Hall and Dean House in order to attend committee meetings and other meetings, making the journey by foot, which is, according to Google Maps, 17 minutes. I'm sure there's some that will do it quicker, but 17-minute walk. So with this in mind, I'm looking for the following information. The cost of maintaining a presence in Dean House for the 2.5 days that we have it, the estimated cost of the resource for the team's movements between County Hall. So this is not an average resource cost across the council, but particularly focused on the people who are moving. So they tend to be senior level managers. The unpaid voluntary effort, so an estimate of what that costs required by the council team to make sure the room is ready for business. A review of the actual, if possible, or possible reputational risk involved in us as a council being unable to handle public meetings for half of the working week. A cost assessment of reopening County Hall for public meetings, and an understanding of the long-term strategic view for the council's provision of public meetings.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Dingwall, for the questions. I'll admit that this is probably the least complete of the answers that I'm going to give today. We've still got some information to come back in, but I will undertake that you will have a full written response, and that once you've had that, if you have any residual concerns, I'm happy to meet you to run through those. But this is what I can tell you now. So to respond to the first part of your questions relating to the cost of maintaining a presence at Dean House, the facilities management team has a Monday to Friday presence at Dean House, providing an FM service for Somerset Council's operations in the building, but also increasingly as part of our landlord function at this multi-tenanted site. There is a requirement to oversee compliance, incident control and premises health and safety for the whole site across the whole week. Following the review of Taunton accommodation, this service is funded largely through income received from the various tenants. The costs of maintaining a democratic services team presence and travelling back and forth to set up and facilitate meetings has not been explicitly calculated yet and will be issued as part of a fuller written response. I note that you've highlighted a concern that staff are working on unpaid time, and we'll certainly look into this and make sure that that is included in the response we send you. Regarding the council's provision of public meetings, the council will continue to use the JMR and committee rooms at Dean House for the near future, as well as the use of this venue here, Canal Side, for full council meetings, pending a further review of the use of A Block in County Hall. In order to minimise non-essential spending, we will be reviewing whether to close A Block for the winter period again. Because of this, the telecasting equipment used for public committee meetings has remained in Dean House, and we've designed the democratic calendar around a reduced Monday to Wednesday availability. There is some learning and review to do to ensure that problems with this approach are fully ironed out, but it is part of a review that has delivered significant cost savings, and we feel that so far it is working reasonably well with limited reputational risk. That's what I can tell you now, but as I say, more to come, and we can keep talking about that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You can stand down now. And we move on to Richard Wilkins. Right, first question is from Tom Deacon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My comments, they are quite specific, but I'm afraid that so far the response that myself and residents have had from this council hasn't satisfied the demands of residents in my area, so I'm raising it in this forum. The Heavitree Way estate in Taunton has experienced parking issues for a number of years. Largely similar issues to lots of us will see in our areas, parking on corners, too close to junctions with main roads, opposite entrances within the estate itself, and particularly over dropped curbs. Now, in this area, this is a particular problem because of the proximity of the estate to both the railway station and the cricket club. Two very busy areas of town, and people utilising this area for free parking for long periods of time, often over many, many days. Now, I've seen evidence of this on a daily basis from a WhatsApp group that I'm part of with local residents, and action really needs to be taken. I don't believe, and I don't think Councillor Baker, my co-colleague, believes that a full residents parking consultation is necessary nor desired by residents in the area. They simply want some double yellow lines in the worst areas so that they can improve safety in the streets in which they live. I know that this has been looked at previously, but I'm afraid the outcome just isn't satisfactory. We say we want to be a council that listens. I hope that my residents think that I'm a councillor who listens, and I hope that they will see some action taken before an incident occurs, not in response to one happening, which is so often the case.
Richard.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom, and apologies to Mike Rigby for answering this question. But actually, and I'm going to apologise to you as well, Tom, and the residents, but we carefully prioritise works in line with the limited budget available, and this involves making some difficult decisions to make sure our resources are directed where there is clear evidence of safety or congestion issues. We've checked our records. Unfortunately, there have been no injury collisions within this area, and therefore a parking review is not a priority of the council. The parking services has limited capacity, and their primary focus is to ensure that the services is fulfilling its statutory duties and making the changes to parking services necessary to achieve a balanced budget as agreed through the medium-term financial plan
Unfortunately, the team is currently not able to consider any new requests for amendments to the parking restrictions or residential parking reviews.
Thank you. Right, I'm moving on now to John Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk about the proposed disposal of Mary Street and the High Street car park, both the same thing in Taunton. If you're at the main Vivery Park gates, it's across the road, more or less, to give you some idea of its location. The decision was made, the proposed disposal decision was made by Somerset Council's executive at the meeting held on the 5th of August last month. At that meeting, and on the assumption that the car park is to be replaced, probably with flats, I commented it will help address lingering issues of antisocial behaviour in this part of town. I then went on to say an alternative use for this site is a good idea from that perspective. My comments were quoted in the local press article, one using the headline, "Councillor welcomes plan to turn Taunton car parks into flats." This was understandably taken by several residents to mean that I supported the removal of this very popular car park, which I do not. In fact, I'd rather see the existing car park secured and policed properly, particularly at night. As you can imagine, these articles generated a lot of public concern over the loss of this vital facility, and I feel that I must support their calls for this car park to be withdrawn from sale. This car park is used mostly by shoppers and commuters during the day, whilst in the evening the ground floor is used by the many people taking advantage of the thriving local entertainment facilities such as the Creative Innovation Centre, KICIC, to those that know it better, the lawns and the many restaurants and public houses nearby. It was suggested at the executive meeting that people could use the multi-storey car park as an alternative. Can you imagine leaving the lawns or KICIC after dark and walking into the multi-storey car park? It's a very difficult, it is very difficult to access, and it is closed in the evenings for a very good reason. We are trying to attract people to Taunton. If they cannot park, they will not come. Yes, in a perfect world, they'd all use the park and ride, they'd cycle, they'd walk. However, in the real world, they want to drive. Losing these 269 conveniently situated spaces will hugely affect Taunton's already fragile economy. It also makes financial sense for the council to retain this vital asset. To support my case, I wanted to share the estimate of the asset's value. However, this was detailed confidential in the executive report, so I'm unable to do so. What I can point out to my fellow councillors is that this facility is currently generating enough revenue to cover the estimated freehold valuation in short order, thus making the decision to dispose of this car park ill-conceived, in my opinion. Of course, I realise the council needs to sell assets. However, selling this one will undoubtedly damage our county town's economy, whilst making no financial sense whatsoever, based on the figures provided to me. I therefore ask that this car park be removed from the list of proposed disposals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John, for your question, and I understand your anxiety about the potential misinterpretation of your views. So thank you for taking the opportunity to clarify your position. I think that will be noted. The points you raise are well made, and whilst we have an immediate need for asset rationalisation, we also need to make sure we develop a strategic view on these matters for the long term, and that takes into consideration the needs of the garden town moving forward. Turning to the decision on the specific car park, this is one of several assets considered by the executive on the 5th of August, following extensive discussions at the Corporate and Resources Scrutiny on the 24th of July. The executive considered the list of assets as part of an ongoing review of a disposal programme to rationalise the Somerset Council's property and the land portfolio to reduce holding and management costs to achieve the capital receipts, which will help bridge the funding gap for the current financial year. The The Mary High Street car park was put forward for release by the parking services, noting that the capacity requirements can be accommodated by the council's own Orchard Street multi-storey car park. As you noted, there have been reports of antisocial behaviour issues, and this car park requires ongoing management and investment in maintenance. The income from the parking fees previously provided for the 22-23 and 23-24 does not take into account the ongoing maintenance costs, business rates, and the required refurbishment to enable the car park to be a parking destination of choice. There is spare capacity in the Orchard Street car park during the day, and indeed the Crescent car park, which is well located for some of the needs that you mentioned. The asset strategy linked to potential housing development, which would deliver additional revenue to the council tax via council tax. The executive voted to approve recommendations, and the officers will be submitting a planning pre-application and obtaining external advice to the market site as a residential development.
Could I come back on that, Mr. Chairman, just very briefly?
I haven't let anybody yet. I'm trying to get through these rest of questions. If you obviously, I have to make the point, all of these people are available other than at these meetings. So you can obviously go back to them independently, but your main question, obviously you've delivered. So if I can now move on to Sarah Wakefield's questions. The first one is from Barry Clark and Philip Ham.
Thank you, Chairman. My question was prompted by a conversation with a resident who was attending one of the hospitals, and she was telling me how outrageously expensive the car park charges are. But she didn't mind because all the money went to the NHS. Now, it appears that is not so. Certainly in one instance, the money goes to a venture capital company through various routes that is in America. And I do object to Somerset money ending up in America. So my question was, how much of the expenditure remains in the county and how much in the UK? And how much is taken out of the UK by various investments? And I have had a response. So may I ask a supplementary question, please? That we do take more care of where our money goes and we keep better track of it, if not just for fiscal prudence. Thank you, Chairman.
Sarah.
Thank you. Yes, I wasn't really expecting the bit about the car park because I don't think the car park belongs to us. So I don't think we can do anything about that. Part of the NHS, isn't it?
Sorry, Chairman, to make it clear, I did say money leaving Somerset, not necessarily our money, but money leaving Somerset as a general case. And I think it might happen with other institutions as well. Thank you.
Right, so I'm going to start off this reply and Councillor Shearer is going to reply to the second part because it's two-part really, because it covers children's and adult services really. So thank you very much for a question about where the very considerable adult social care and children's services budget is spent and whether the larger proportion of it remains within Somerset and with companies that are owned and run in the United Kingdom. When the council commissions services from providers within these areas and it seeks tender responses from private registered companies, we do ask for details of any parent companies to be provided. However, the only time that such information can be taken into account regarding the award decision under the procurement rules is if that company or parent company falls within any current UK government embargoes, restrictions and/or sanctions. We do also ask questions about persons of significant control within the company concerned, but do not require details to be supplied of where each shareholder is based. The council does, of course, undertake financial checks on suppliers as part of the procurement process. As far as adult services are concerned, we commission services from a wide variety of providers, of which most are based within the county, although they may not be entirely owned and controlled within the county. As far as care homes are concerned, we are fortunate to have a large variety of these in our county, some being part of larger groups and some being individually owned or owned in small local groups, which may or may not be serving just the county of Somerset. We do not routinely place individuals outside Somerset unless there is some family or other particular reason to do so. Our care providers for home care services are similarly varied in size and location within Somerset or owned and controlled from elsewhere, usually if part of a larger group or company. Specifically checking where the expenditure on service is going to end up as profit is not the object of the work carried out. This is focused on providing the best and most appropriate care and support for the individual according to their circumstances at any particular time at a cost we can manage within our budget. Some of our providers are not-for-profit companies and or charities, specifically set up to provide services for Somerset residents. In my view, it would not be a good use of officers' time to seek to trace in whose hands or where any profit ends up in the many providers we engage with and commission. Should such a question be included as part of a tender document, I suspect many would refuse to respond to it, as I don't think they're obliged to do so. As members will be aware, the CQC regulates and inspects care homes, and we also seek feedback from residents and their families too. We seek to keep our weekly fees paid for residents we look after at the rates we can afford and to shape the market for our residents as far as possible through the commissioning process. I'll now ask Heather to continue for Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciate that. And if I could just follow on with the children's perspective, Children's Services perspective on this one. Just to give you some context, the Children's Services revenue budget in 23-24 was £126.1 million. Much of the budget is for staffing, although there are large areas of spend, such as for children's fostering, residential care and other placements. Because there's a lack of appropriate accommodation in county and nationally, we do need to make use of placements outside of Somerset. Sometimes this is because it is best for the child, but normally we prefer to keep them within Somerset, and it is a council priority to increase the proportion of in-county homes. In 23-24, we spent £57.4 million on placements for children in care, with £27.7 million going to providers who are registered outside of Somerset. Children's Services also responsible for the dedicated schools grant. The portion of dedicated schools grant that is not passported to schools in the year 23-24 was budgeted at £112 million, 112.1 million. This spend includes special education needs and disability placements in independent, non-maintained schools. And that the amount for that was 33.3 million, most of which are day schools within Somerset, but with a small number outside of Somerset, some of which are outside of Somerset to meet need. The cost of these special educational needs and disability placements outside of Somerset in that year of 23-24 was 2.1 million. And in answer to your second question, much as Sarah has said, we do not track what our suppliers may spend outside of the UK, what they do with their investments, nor do we track the complex company structures and how much these companies may actually invest in pension companies or offshore investments, but we do not track that.
Thank you. Right, our last question on the list goes to Sue Osborne, who I believe is still online.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Hopefully this won't take too long because I appreciate it is late. I'll just find out where I am. I welcome the fall in the number of overdue care assessments as reported to the September 2024 executive meeting. It now stands at 435 overall overdue assessments against a target of 200. However, I am concerned that the number of overdue care assessments in Area South stands at 180 overdue assessments, compared with 30 or 40 overdue assessments in the other areas. So my questions are, question 12A, why has the number of overdue assessments remained disproportionately much higher in Area South, and what steps are now being taken to reduce that backlog? And my second question, question 12B, when do you anticipate Area South's performance getting back on track and on target?
Yes, Sarah.
Thank you, Sue, and you're absolutely right. We did give those figures out at the executive meeting. And I would just say that the overdue Care Act assessments, which is coming down, but it's a daily target, and so it's moving all the time, and it's in the right direction, I have to say. So across our adult social care operational teams, we have seen improvements surrounding productivity, with a 25% increase in productivity across our operational teams. This is due to the operational oversight meetings introduced by our leadership team and the new ways of working introduced by the My Life, My Future transformation programme. When I say operational oversight, I think I'm talking about peer reviews and enhanced peer forums, which we look at for every allocation. In relation to the performance of South Somerset neighbourhood team, we have experienced recruitment challenges with vacancies and long-term sickness. In the last few weeks, we have successfully recruited 3 social workers and a number of adult social care practitioners who are also able to carry out Care Act assessment, who are all undertaking their induction into adult social care in Somerset. We have a new service manager within the team who is leading on the oversight and monitoring of the team's performance. The team are also linking in with health colleagues within the primary care networks to ensure people are waiting well. No, that's not going to make sense. Well, they're not waiting well. I think what it means is that we're making sure that we triage people appropriately so that we deal with the most severe cases first, and adopting collaborative approaches to supporting individuals. 12B, following our recruitment, we have already seen a reduction in the number of pending Care Act assessments to reduce to 160 over the county. And I would just say that the reason it's high, as I've already mentioned in South Somerset, is because of the lack of staff in that particular area, and the other areas are more what it's like generally. We are expecting to see a continued reduction to the timeframes for people waiting for Care Act assessments within the South Somerset neighbourhood team over the coming weeks. Our service manager will continue to monitor progress through weekly performance reports and oversight meetings chaired by our head of service for neighbourhoods. And I think you've got 2 more questions to.
Yes, I have. And my second question or second block is, it is now proposed that the project costs for the Newton Europe contract, including the My Life, My Future transformation work, which will cost 7 million over 2 years or 3.5 million per year, is now going to be funded from the flexible use of capital receipts. So my first question, question 12C, is, as this project was anticipated to save this council between 10 and 14 million, and roughly 30% of the savings that were targeted overall, why is this not being funded from the savings to be delivered? And my second part, question 12D, please can you demonstrate that the savings have indeed been made as per the agreed contract with Newton Europe? This is important, as I understand that this contract was drawn up on a payment by results basis, and actually quite a lot was made of that when the proposal was going through the process of being accepted.
Yep, thank you. I think a lot of people are quite interested in the My Life, My Future project and what's happened over it. It's one of the projects which, as part of the council's overarching transformation programme, has been approved as fitting criteria for using flexible use of capital receipts. This is in accordance with the UK government guidance, which outlines that a local authority must be able to demonstrate that ongoing savings in a programme of this kind are as a result of the application of receipts. Originally, we had anticipated that the funding of this programme would have been made through reserves. However, upon planned review of this decision, the decision was made to use capital receipts. Using flexible use of capital receipts is a benefit to the council's overall revenue position, because we can keep the revenue savings generated from any transformation activity in our revenue budgets, while the project cost is funded from capital receipts. And this is, I just want to say, this is part of the whole strategy for keeping the council afloat. And it's really important that we make these changes where necessary. So yes, it was made after we started it, but it's been made for the greater good of the council as a whole. In your second question, the programme set out to improve outcomes for people we support by allowing people to maintain or increase their level of independence wherever possible. And this followed after feasibility study that was carried out before they started work last July. This might be supporting people to regain skills and confidence after a crisis through an improved short-term service, using new ways of working to keep someone at home rather than moving them to a residential placement, or by supporting someone to learn new skills and abilities to do more things for themselves. This focus on independence for people will allow people to live the lives they want to live, but also reduces or avoids increases in the level of long-term care provision and support required from the local authority, which leads to a financial benefit for us. The support from Newton Europe is provided on a contingent fee basis. The fees for both the My Life, My Future programme and the preceding diagnostic which they carried out are fixed and fully contingent on financial benefits being delivered and signed off by Somerset Council. For every £1 spent on the programme, we expect to save £1.30 at minimum. The target benefit for the programme overall is 14.2 million, and that will be a year-on-year saving, significantly greater than the minimum expected return. These benefits have been measured by comparing agreed historic baselines to the current actual operational performance in each of the relevant areas. Then, using the agreed set of equations to translate this to an annualised run rate for the programme. This run rate is therefore agreed to be the value delivered to Somerset Council if the operational performance sustains at this level. For example, we have achieved a 30% increase in the number of people accessing the reablement service compared to our baseline period, meaning more people have access to short-term support that helps them live safely and independently in their own home for longer. As at the 23rd of December 2024, operational performance across all work streams equates to an annualised run rate of over the target of 14.2 million. That's an annual target. In particular, the two work streams relating to our learning disability cohorts are delivering over the target benefits set out at the beginning of the programme. A full report on the My Life, My Future transformation programme will be going to the next Adults and Health Scrutiny Committee on the 10th of October. And can I just finish by saying, for those of you who think you're going to see a line in the budget that says, this is what My Life, My Future did as a figure, that's not going to happen. It isn't possible to do it like that. It's much too complicated, but the benefits to our staff and for not having to put people in care, keeping them at home for longer, re-abling them, those benefits are definitely coming through and are being highlighted by the staff who work in them. Thank you.
Thank you. It is just gone 5:30. I'm now going to draw this meeting to a close. That's a big sigh from everybody, hopefully. Just to remind everybody, you can ask questions at the executive, and the next one is the 7th of October. But thank you very much for attending and have a safe journey home.